Lesson 1.
Now, wherever your destination may be, manners are a must. And in this respect, Japan is no different. So in our very first lesson, we'll be taking a look at a phrase there is no excuse not to bring with you to Japan. Again, I'll stress this over and over. A little bit of the language can go such a long way. In Japanese, thank you is arigato. Arigato. Let's break this down by syllable. Arigato. Now here it is again. Arigato. Now, similar to other languages, there are more casual ways and polite ways to express this phrase. Let's start with, you guessed it, the casual way. In Japanese, thanks is domo or arigato. But remember, arigato is quite often followed by gozaimasu, which makes it very polite. Domo is actually an abbreviated form. Let's take a look at domo. Slowly, it's domo. Do-u-mo. Domo. This is the simplest and shortest way of saying thank you, so there's no excuse for you not to know this. Again, it's domo. Can you repeat that? Domo. Great. It's much safer to stick with arigatou gozaimasu. Or be even more polite. For those very special occasions when someone goes above and beyond the call of being kind, when someone is extremely generous, or for any other time that you're extremely grateful, we have the following phrase. Domo arigatou gozaimasu, which is roughly equivalent to thank you so very much. Oh my. Once again, it's domo arigatou gozaimasu. And if you notice, it's all the phrases we covered put together in one sentence. Domo arigatou gozaimasu. Domo arigatou gozaimasu. Again, it means thank you so much. Oh my. So let's just recap here, going from most polite to most casual. Thank you very much is domo arigatou gozaimasu. Domo arigatou gozaimasu. Thank you is arigatou gozaimasu. Arigatou gozaimasu. And the shortest, quickest, dirtiest way is domo. Again, domo. There's no excuse for you not to know this. Okay, so to close out today's lesson, let's practice what you've just learned. I'll give you the English equivalent of the phrase, and you're responsible for shouting it out loud in Japanese. You got that? I'll give you a few seconds before I give you the answer, so good luck. 頑張ってください, which can also mean good luck in Japanese. Okay, here we go. Thank you. ありがとうございます。ありがとうございます。Next question. Thank you very much. どうもありがとうございます。どうもありがとうございます。And the quick and dirty way, thanks. どうも。どうも。どうも。
Listen 2.
In today's lesson, we'll go over the term you're welcome. Now, it may seem like a simple phrase, but there are various ways to say it depending on the situation and politeness level. So we'll take a whole lesson on these phrases as well as customs. The most common way of saying you're welcome is どういたしまして。どういたしまして。どういたしまして。This is a polite form that can be used with friends, colleagues, senior colleagues, supervisors, and those significantly older than you. and you'd use it in situations where you feel comfortable enough being thanked. In other words, you'd use this if you thought your actions deserved an expression of appreciation. If someone thanks you for giving you a gift, for example, or answering her question, you could say, どういたしまして. Because it's pretty natural for you to be thanked for gestures like that, right? But if you think your actions didn't deserve to be mentioned or thanked, you might want to say the phrase that goes something like, don't mention it. In Japanese, we have casual and formal ways of saying this. In a casual situation, you would use いいえいいえ, which is literally translated as no, to mean, oh no, it's no big deal. Sort of like the Spanish phrase de nada, or it's nothing. For example, if someone thanks you for giving up their seat on the train or picking up something that someone dropped, saying いいえいいえ conveys the feeling that you thought it was only natural for you to give up your seat or to pick up the item, and you deserve no credit for it. But again, this would be used in response to casual gestures and situations. Most likely in such situations, they'll thank you in a casual form, like どうもありがとう. And in response, you respond casually, いいえいいえ. Now, for more formal situations, we use とんでもないです. 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 Now, like いいえいいえ, とんでもないです means, what I did is really no big deal. But this should be used in situations where the deeds were a bit more serious and for situations in which both parties benefited from. For example, if you went to a job interview and the interview thanks you for coming, you should say とんでもないです to mean, oh no, thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule to interview me. Another example would be, if you went to visit someone in the intensive care unit of the hospital, the sick person's family would probably go to great length to thank you politely. For reference, they would probably say something like, どうもありがとうございます. And since they're being so polite, and the situation is so serious, you should respond with the same degree of politeness and seriousness. In this situation, とんでもないです is the most appropriate response to convey that feeling of course I came. She was such a close friend of mine. And now for Sachiko's secret. I'll introduce a phrase I like to use in conjunction with the phrases we learned today. After saying don't mention it, I often add こちらこそ, 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 which literally means me too, but in a polite way. But it would be translated as no, I should be thanking you, or I enjoyed it too. That way, I feel like we can share the appreciation we have for each other and connect on a deeper level. And they won't feel obligated to return the favor. Speaking of obligations, Japan has a strict custom of gift giving. People give each other gifts for every opportunity possible. For example, if you have children, you'll get gifts for your kid's birthday, enrollment into a new school, graduation, Christmas, and New Year. And strictly speaking, each time you get a gift, you're supposed to give back a gift that's roughly half the price of the gift you received. Each and every single time. It can get really busy sometimes. Especially if you just got married or you just had children, you'll be showered with gifts. Great, but you'll have a huge to-do list waiting for you. Okay, so to close out today's lesson, let's practice what you've just learned. I'll give you the English equivalent of the phrase, and you're responsible for shouting it out loud in Japanese. You got that? I'll give you a few seconds before I give you the answer, so good luck. 頑張ってください. You're welcome in the most common form. どういたしまして. どういたしまして. Don't mention it in the casual form. いいえいいえ. いいえいいえ. And don't mention it for more formal situations. とんでもないです。とんでもないです。And from Sachiko's secret, me too. こちらこそ。こちらこそ。こちらこそ。
Lesson 3.
Today's phrase will help you take matters into your own hands. Today's phrase is ください. As in asking for something, or someone to do something for you. In Japanese, please is ください. ください. Broken down by syllable, it's ください. All together now? ください. The most rudimentary way of using this phrase is pointing at something while saying it. But let's try and build this up a bit, shall we? Let's start with the expression, this please, which in Japanese is これください. Now let's take a look at the word order. In English, this comes before please. In Japanese, it's the same. In Japanese, this, これ, precedes please, ください. So together, it's これください. 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 Looking at this warrants a look at that, which is それ. それ in Japanese. Broken down by syllable, it's それ. Together, それ. So the expression for that please in Japanese would be それください. 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 Now with that covered, I'd like to introduce a part of the course that's called Sachiko's Secret. Shh! Don't tell anyone. It's a secret. Today's secret is that in Japan, most menus actually come with a picture of what's being offered. Be it a glass of beer, a plate of pasta, they all come with pictures. So, all you have to do is point at the picture and say, ください. If you can be a little bit more adventurous, you can say, これください, which is, this please. Do you think you can give that a shot? Let me give you another Sachiko secret. I actually point to menus myself. It's so tempting. It looks so good, the food, the beverages. It's just so, I can't resist myself. I just point to it, as if I just want to grab it out of the menu. Now that I've given you a Sachiko secret, promise me you'll try it out. Okay, so to close out today's lesson, let's practice what you've just learned. I'll give you the English equivalent of the phrase, and you're responsible for shouting it out loud in Japanese. You got that? I'll give you a few seconds before I give you the answer, so good luck. 頑張ってください. Word number 1, please. ください. 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 Next, this please. これください. 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 Next, that please. I can't hear you. What's that? Yes. それください. それください. それください.
Lesson 4.
Today we'll cover basic greetings for the appropriate time of day. Like many other languages, Japanese has a greeting for the morning, afternoon, and evening. So let's cover all of them today. In Japanese, good morning is おはようございます. おはようございます. Let's break down this word and hear it one more time. おはようございます. おはようございます. Now the first sound, o, is an honorific form for the next word. Hayo is a conjugated form of the word that means early. This is followed by ございます, which is the polite way of saying is. All this is combined to make the polite way of saying good morning. おはようございます. おはようございます. Now let's move on to the afternoon. Good afternoon in Japanese is こんにちは. こんにちは。こんにちは。Let's break it down by syllable. こんにちは。こんにちは。Now let's hear it again. こんにちは. The first word, こんにち, is one way of saying today. Back in the olden days, they used to say こんにち to refer to today. Now we say 今日, which is a different word. Anyways, so こんにちは is a combination of こんにち, which means today, and は, which is a topic marking particle. So if you notice, the greeting literally means today is. It sounds like an incomplete sentence, doesn't it? That's because it is. Long ago, Japanese people used to greet each other by talking about the weather. Like, today is sunny, isn't it? Or today's a bit cloudy, isn't it? And since all those greetings started with konnichiwa or konnichiwa, this part became the greeting itself. It simply became shortened to konnichiwa, literally meaning today is. But we use it to mean good afternoon or hello. Konnichiwa. Now, I know in English we tend to say konnichiwa, but in Japanese we don't have a strong intonation for words. Usually it's just very, very flat. Konnichiwa. Konnichiwa. No intonation. And finally, we have the evening greeting, which is konbanwa. 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 Let's break it down by syllable. Konbanwa. Konbanwa. Now, the first word, konban, means tonight. And we still use this in modern-day Japan. Konban. Let's break down this word and hear it one more time. Konban. Konban. This is also followed by the topic marking particle wa. So again, the greeting is similar to konnichiwa in that people used to greet each other in the evening also by talking about the weather. For example, 今晩は寒いですね to mean, oh, tonight's a bit chilly, isn't it? And so the greeting itself just got shortened to こんばんは to mean good evening. Now for Sachiko's secret. This is something I picked up working in the Japanese media. Now, a lot of media jobs start in the afternoon. For example, I had a TV producer job that started at noon and ended at 8 p.m. Or the worst shift started at 3 p.m. and ended at midnight. I guess people tend to be night owls. I'm not really sure. Anyways, no matter what time you start work or what time of the day it was, we used to always say おはようございます whenever we met someone. I don't know where that came from. It could be 3 p.m., it could be 8 p.m., it could be 9 p.m. If you're meeting someone for the first time, we said おはようございます. So, don't be surprised if someone says that to you really late at night. Just assume the person works in the media and has kind of a whacked up sense of time. I know I did. Okay, so to close out today's lesson, let's practice what you've just learned. I'll give you the English equivalent of the phrase, and you're responsible for shouting it out loud in Japanese. You got that? I'll give you a few seconds before I give you the answer, so good luck! 頑張ってください. Good morning is おはようございます。おはようございます。おはようございます。Good afternoon in Japanese is こんにちは。こんにちは。こんにちは。Good evening. こんばんは。こんばんは。こんばんは。
Lesson 5.
Now that we've covered basic greetings, today we'll introduce ways to say goodbye. Because obviously, you don't want to just walk away after a conversation. You want to end it, wrap it up. Okay, so a basic way to say goodbye that can be used for all occasions is さようなら. さようなら, which literally just means goodbye. Now, I know that in English we often pronounce it as sayonara, but in Japanese, there's really no strong intonation. It's just flat sayonara, sayonara, with no strong intonation. Now, sayonara is fairly polite, so you can use it for all occasions and for people of all ages, social status, whatnot. Now let's break it down by syllable. Sayonara, sayonara. And the more casual way to say goodbye is bye-bye or jane. But this is used only amongst close friends. It'd be considered really rude if you use it on someone significantly older than you. So be careful. And when I say older, I mean even if the person is just a few years older, it could be considered rude depending on the relationship. For example, when I get to know an older colleague enough to joke around with them, I would still use honorific form or the polite form. I would never say jane or bye-bye to an older colleague or a mentor for that sake. And for business settings, neither sayonara or bye-bye is acceptable. The best thing to say is 失礼します. 失礼します, which could be translated as please allow me to excuse myself. And when you say this, don't forget to bow. A more formal way to say this would be 失礼いたします. 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 For example, with colleagues, you could say 失礼します. But to a company president or a corporate client, you would say 失礼いたします, which is a grade higher. So it all depends on the relationship and the situation. And today's Sachiko's Secret is about my favorite topic, talking on the phone. We'll go over how to start and end a phone conversation. Now, the first thing you say when picking up the phone is もしもし, もしもし, もしもし. Now, in modern day Japan, we only use it for that one purpose, to say hello on the phone. Only when you're picking up the phone would you say this. But this is actually short for the term 申します, 申します, which is a polite way of saying I'm about to speak or I am speaking. When they first invented telephones, I guess they were saying 申します, 申します, just as a way of testing the phone or just making sure that the person on the other line can hear you. But that got shortened from 申します, 申します to もしもし, which is much easier to say. So when the phone rings, you can say もしもし or just say はい, which means yes. And after a nice long conversation, you can use the phrases we learned today to wrap up. Typically, you would recap the next time you'll see or talk to that person, such as, so I'll see you Sunday. Then put a cushion, じゃあ or では. Then say goodbye, either in the polite form or the casual form, depending on who you're talking to. So to put all this together, for example, the casual way would be じゃあね or bye bye. And the polite way would be では失礼いたします or では失礼します. So to put all this together, after the long conversation, recap when you'll see that person again. I'll see you Sunday. じゃあ失礼します or じゃあbye bye. Now you're ready to pick up the phone and have a conversation. Okay, so to close out today's lesson, let's practice what you've just learned. I'll give you the English equivalent of the phrase, and you're responsible for shouting it out loud in Japanese. You got that? I'll give you a few seconds before I give you the answer, so good luck. 頑張ってください. The most common and useful way of saying goodbye, さようなら, さようなら, さようなら. The two casual ways of saying goodbye. Bye bye. じゃあね. Bye bye. Bye bye. Or じゃあね. 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 And for business settings, we have two ways of saying goodbye. The first one, the simpler one, is 失礼します. 失礼します. 失礼します。And the more formal way of saying it is 失礼いたします。失礼いたします。失礼いたします。
Lesson 6.
In today's lesson, we'll cover an extremely important phrase. Where's the bathroom? Hey, without this, you could have serious bladder problems. In Japanese, where's the bathroom is トイレはどこですか？トイレはどこですか？ Broken down by syllable, it's トイレはどこですか？ Altogether, it's トイレはどこですか? Now let's take a look at the components. First we have トイレ, which is the katakana word for toilet. Now, this might sound a little bit crude to our US listeners, but the word is actually pretty acceptable in Japanese. So let's just break it down. トイレ, トイレ. This is followed by the topic marking particle wa, and then the interrogative where, which is どこ, どこ. So to recap what we have so far, トイレはどこ? Literally, toilet, where? And this is followed by です, the polite form of the rough equivalent to the English verb to be. Finally, we have か, a particle that indicates that the sentence is an interrogative. All the parts put together give us トイレはどこですか? トイレはどこですか? Now there's another way to say bathroom, which is お手洗い. 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 This word is made up of the honorific prefix お and the words for hand and wash. To use this, we would substitute お手洗い for the トイレ to get お手洗いはどこですか? お手洗いはどこですか? Now, when you finally get to the bathroom, there might be one last hurdle. In some cases, only the kanji, or the Chinese characters, are written on the doors. Ooh, what to do? Well, you can stop by the website and find the characters for man and woman. Find them inside the PDF. Or if you have an iPod, click the center button and you can find them there. Be sure to do that, or else you'll be walking into the wrong bathroom.
Lesson 7.
In today's lesson, we'll cover a useful phrase for when the Japanese is coming at you fast and furious, and the content is a little bit too much to handle. So today's phrase is, I'm sorry, I don't understand. In Japanese, I'm sorry is すみません. 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 すみません also means excuse me. So this is very useful. You can use すみません when you bump into a person, or if you want to get someone's attention. At the restaurant, for example, you can say すみません. Or if you want to apologize for something. If you spill coffee on someone, yeeks, you can say すみません. Very, very useful. Now, the latter half of today's phrase, I don't understand, is わかりません. 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 Now, literally translated, this just means don't understand. In Japanese, a sentence doesn't necessarily have to state the subject. It's pretty obvious when you say it that you don't understand. So you don't have to say 私はわかりません. Just say わかりません. Now, this word stems from the root word わかる, which means to know or to understand. わかりません is the polite way of saying the negative form. So it's I don't understand in the polite form. わかりません. わかりません. It kind of rhymes. すみません. わかりません. すみません. わかりません. Pretty simple. Now, if you can't remember all of this, don't worry. You can just say わかりません. Building on this, we can add the phrase I don't understand Japanese. We can use the same word we used earlier. わかりません. we simply say 日本語はわかりません. The first word, 日本語, means Japanese. 日本 is Japan, the country name. 語 means language. So together, 日本語 is the language used in Japan, or Japanese. It's pretty simple. So if you wanted to say the language used in Spain, you just put the country name first. スペイン語, スペイン語. So 語 is just language. So the first word in our sentence is 日本語. This is followed by は, the topic marking particle. After this is わかりません. I don't understand. So altogether, that's 日本語はわかりません. I don't understand Japanese. And now time for Sachiko's secret. If you're visiting a major city in Japan, like Tokyo, Osaka, Yokohama, most likely people will try to speak English to you. Whether or not they can speak English is a different story. But they can try to at least try their English on you. So you don't really need to worry about Japanese people talking really, really fast in Japanese to you. Another great thing is, most adults in Japan, I would say, have at least 3, 6, 9 years of English language education in schools, so they can understand written English. Their listening comprehension and their speaking skills may be lacking a bit, but if you write it out for them, they might be able to decipher what it is you're trying to say. So, for example, if you want to figure out where a station is, you can write it on a piece of paper. Where is Shibuya Station? You give it to them, they'll notice the words where, they'll notice the word Shibuya and station, and they might be able to point you in the right direction. So that's a good sign. Adults are always a safe bet. Children are an even bigger bet, actually, because a lot of mothers are making sure their kids become bilingual. They're taking their kids to all these language schools. I'm completely taken aback sometimes when, on the train, a little child goes up to a foreigner and just starts yapping away in English. It's like, "Hi, I'm Taro. I like baseball. Where are you from?" It's really amazing. It's a big fad right now. So, if worst comes to worst, don't feel scared to use your English. But again, remember the simple phrases. すみません for I'm sorry or excuse me, and わかりません for I don't understand. And luckily, they'll try to get help for you. Okay, so to close out today's lesson, let's practice what you've just learned. I'll give you the English equivalent of the phrase, and you're responsible for shouting it out loud in Japanese. You got that? I'll give you a few seconds before I give you the answer, so good luck. 頑張ってください. I'm sorry, I don't understand. That was すみません, わかりません. And the second sentence, I don't understand Japanese. 日本語はわかりません. 日本語はわかりません. 日本語はわかりません.
Lesson 8.
In today's lesson, we'll cover another extremely important phrase. Can you speak English? I know you're going to use that a lot. Using this phrase as opposed to suddenly blurting in English is important for many reasons. For one, if the party you're speaking to doesn't understand English, at least they'll be able to understand what you're asking. And it shows a lot of respect to show that you took the effort to learn even a little bit of the language. And for these reasons and many more, we're going to cover this phrase. In Japanese, can you speak English is 英語を話せますか? 英語を話せますか? I know that's a long sentence, so let's break it down. 英語を話せますか? Altogether, it's 英語を話せますか? Let's break it down by word. The first word, 英語, means English. 英語, 英語. This is followed by を, which is an object marker. を. Here, this is marking the word English. 英語. Followed by that is 話せますか? 話せます means can speak. 話せます. 話せます is can speak. And finally, we have the particle か, which is used to make an interrogative sentence. All together now, it's 英語を話せますか? Which literally means English can speak. Notice there's no subject in this sentence. Convenient thing about Japanese is you can say a lot of different sentences without the subject. It's implied. In this situation, it's implied that the subject is the person you're asking. That's because the sentence ends in a ka and the intonation is raised. Now let's try a different language. How about, let's say, French? In Japanese, in most cases, it's the Japanese name for the country of origin plus the word go. Go, which means language. For example, let's take French. France in Japanese is pronounced フランス, フランス. So the word French is simply フランス語, フランス語, フランス語. Pretty simple, right? Let's try this with Spanish. Spanish originated in Spain, and so we use the Japanese word for Spain, which is Spain. 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 Add a go at the very end, and you have Spaingo. 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 So if you wanted to ask, can you speak Spanish? You can say, スペイン語を話せますか? スペイン語を話せますか? Or if you wanted to ask for French, can you speak French? You would say, フランス語を話せますか? フランス語を話せますか? And as you've noticed, you can just change the first word to indicate the language and add を話せますか? Can you speak French? フランス語を話せますか? Pretty simple, eh? Now on to Sachiko's secret. Now after this explanation, you may wonder, where does the word eigo come from? There's no country called A. Good point. Well, eigo is actually an abbreviation of the word eikokugo. Eikokugo. Eikoku refers to the UK. But instead of saying eikokugo, they shortened it to eigo. Another interesting tidbit is that before World War II, Japanese schools actually differentiated between British English and American English. They even had a different name for it. British English was eigo, which we still use now. American English was beigo. America is still referred to as beikoku, beikoku in Japanese. So they took the first letter of the word beikoku, stuck it with a go, and turned it into beigo. Beigo. Now, what were the differences? For example, in beigo, American English, we would learn, do you have a pen? In eigo, British English, we would learn how to say, have you a pen? Now, I don't know how accurate that is, but that's what my parents' generation was taught. And that generation still differentiates English to this day. Okay, so to close out today's lesson, let's practice what you've just learned. I'll give you the English equivalent of the phrase, and you're responsible for shouting it out loud in Japanese. You got that? I'll give you a few seconds before I give you the answer. So good luck! 頑張ってください. So let's do a recap. Can you speak English? 英語を話せますか? 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 Can you speak French? フランス語を話せますか? フランス語を話せますか?
Lesson 9.
In today's lesson, we'll cover some phrases that'll help you enhance your language learning while in Japan. We'll cover, can you say it again? So you can beef up your listening comprehension skills. And please speak slowly so you can keep trying patiently. Like with any other language, the more you listen to Japanese, the more you'll pick up. So take advantage of your access to native Japanese speakers while you're here. The first phrase, can you say it again, is もう一度言ってください。もう一度言ってください。Now let's break it down by syllable. もう一度言ってください。もう一度言ってください。Now let's look at it word by word. The first word, もう一度, means once again. もう一度、もう一度. This is followed by 言って, which is a form of 言う, the verb to say. 言って、言って. And the last word, ください, which some of you are probably familiar with, means please. ください、ください. So altogether we have もう一度言ってください. Literally, this means again, say please. Or please say it again. Now, if someone just keeps repeating the same sentence at lightning speed, you may want to ask that person to slow down. But you want to ask a little bit more politely. In Japanese, please speak slowly is ゆっくり話してください。ゆっくり話してください。ゆっくり話してください。The first word, ゆっくり, means slowly. ゆっくり、ゆっくり. This is followed by 話して, which is a conjugated form of the root verb 話す, which means to speak. 話して、話して. And the last word is our favorite, ください, which means please. ください、ください. So altogether we have ゆっくり話してください. Literally this means slowly speak or please speak slowly. For Sachiko's secret, we'll give you another quick and dirty way of getting through today's phrases. Now obviously it's much more polite to say the entire sentence we covered today. But if it's a bit too long to remember, you can get away with just the first half of the sentences. もう一度, which is literally just once again, is enough to say, can you say it again? もう一度, もう一度. And you can simply say, ゆっくり, which means slowly. ゆっくり, ゆっくり. But because these phrases alone might sound a little bit abrupt, and it might come off as rude, you may want to bow your head a little as you say it, because that's a gesture of respect in Japan. Or maybe even add the English word please at the end. もう一度, please. もう一度, please? They'll know that you're trying to be polite. Or you can try ゆっくり, please. I know it's not even the same language, but it still comes off as very, very polite, and that's kind of important in Japan. Now, most Japanese people will know the English word please, so there's nothing to worry about here. Okay, so to close out today's lesson, let's practice what you've just learned. I'll give you the English equivalent of the phrase, and you're responsible for shouting it out loud in Japanese. You got that? I'll give you a few seconds before I give you the answer, so good luck! 頑張ってください. Please say it again. もう一度言ってください。もう一度言ってください。もう一度言ってください。Speak slowly, please. ゆっくり話してください。ゆっくり話してください。And from Sachiko's secret, the quick and dirty once again. もう一度、もう一度、もう一度. And the quick and dirty way of saying slowly. ゆっくり、ゆっくり、ゆっくり.
Lesson 10.
In today's lesson, we'll cover phrases used for apologizing. Now, if you haven't quite mastered Japanese, it's probably very useful to know these. Being able to apologize in Japanese will help you leave a great impression in case you bump into someone or you take someone's seat by mistake. Basically, if you mess up, it'll make a huge difference. So let's start. The Japanese phrase for apologizing is apologizing in Japanese goes like this. Sumimasen. Sumimasen. Let's break it down by syllable. Sumimasen. Here it is again. Sumimasen. Like I said, you can use this phrase whenever, if you bump into someone or if you want to get someone's attention as well. You can also use the phrase ごめんなさい. ごめんなさい. By syllable, that would be ごめんなさい. Together, that's ごめんなさい. That would be a more casual way of saying I'm sorry. But people might use it on you as well. Now, those two phrases are specifically meant to say I'm sorry. But the term すみません has a double meaning. Now, this phrase can be used in all sorts of situations. For example, if you accidentally bump into someone or if you step on someone's shoes. Now, this may not seem like a realistic situation where you're living, but in Tokyo, where the subways and the trains are really, really crowded, this is a daily occurrence. People shove you, people shove their bags into you. Happens all the time. So, if you accidentally bump into someone, just say, すみません. And say it like you mean it too. すみません. Now, there's a strong possibility that people are going to step on your shoes. What do you do when that happens? Well, there's two options. The first one is pretty simple. It's a gesture. Simply nod your head really quickly, as if to say, okay. Basically, this just acknowledges that you heard them apologizing and that it's okay. The second option is to actually say, いいえいいえ. Again, that's いいえいいえ. いいえいいえ. It just means, no, it's fine, don't worry about it. It's a very formal way of saying it. If you can remember, this might leave a better impression. So, let's get on to Sachiko's secret. So Sachiko's secret of the day is that すみません can have a double meaning. It can also be used to mean excuse me, as in trying to get someone's attention. So if you're at a restaurant and you want to catch the waiter's attention, simply say すみません, and your job is done. Also, if you're at a store and you want someone's advice, you can call the store clerk over by saying すみません. It can be used in various different ways. So remember, すみません, the almighty word of the day. Be sure to use it when you come to Japan. Okay, so to close out today's lesson, let's practice what you've just learned. I'll give you the English equivalent of the phrase, and you're responsible for shouting it out loud in Japanese. You got that? I'll give you a few seconds before I give you the answer, so good luck! 頑張ってください. In Japanese, the word that means excuse me, as in trying to get someone's attention, and also mean I'm sorry, is... Say it like you mean it. すみません. 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 And the more casual way of apologizing is ごめんなさい. 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 Be sure to apologize when you step on those toes.
Lesson 11.
Today we'll cover a greeting you'll hear when you enter a business establishment. In Japanese, the polite greeting when entering a place of business is いらっしゃいませ. いらっしゃいませ. Let's break it down by syllable. いらっしゃいませ. いらっしゃいませ. The first word, いらっしゃい, means come. Come. Irashai simply means come. The last two sounds, mase, is won't you? So together it's won't you come? Irashaimase. Irashaimase. So this phrase is used to mean basically welcome. Thanks for coming. And they'll say it right as you walk in the door. Some places even have a bell that rings when someone walks in so that all the store employees know to say irashaimase in unison. It's actually kind of nice. You walk in there and you feel like a queen. I like it. Now, irashaimase is a formal, polite way of saying this. If you go to a more mom-and-pop joint, or if you go to a cafe or a restaurant that you frequent and the people know you, they might get a little bit more casual and simply say, irashai, which is the first half without mase. Irashai. 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 That's just the casual way of saying, come on in. Sometimes it'll sound like they're only saying shai. They're not actually just saying shai. The first half, you just don't hear it. They're actually saying irashai, but all you hear is shai because they say that part with such power. It's a way of not only welcoming the customers, but for the store employees to feel a sense of unity. To say this in harmony, it kind of gives them a sense of teamwork. So in a lot of places, they'll harmonize it. Irashai, or simply shai. Now, what do you do when someone actually says that to you? It would be kind of nice if you look at them, give them a smile, or if you just acknowledge the fact that they said that. If you want to be super polite, you can even bow to them a little bit. I'm sure they'll appreciate it. Most of the time, though, when you get used to it, you just walk by as if nothing happened. Unfortunately, when you've been living in Japan for a long time, you kind of lose that appreciation. But you, since you're going to be in Japan for the first time, can acknowledge it, smile, leave a good impression of yourself and your country. Okay, so to close out today's lesson, let's practice what you've just learned. I'll give you the English equivalent of the phrase, and you're responsible for shouting it out loud in Japanese. You got that? I'll give you a few seconds before I give you the answer, so good luck. 頑張ってください. Welcome, said when entering a business establishment. The polite version. いらっしゃいませ. 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 The casual form. いらっしゃい. 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 Even shorter. Shy, which is not that common.
Lesson 12.
Today we'll cover getting to the table at a restaurant. As for placing an order, you'll just have to hang on until next week. When you first walk into a restaurant, most likely you'll hear いらっしゃいませ, which in Japanese is the polite greeting when entering a place of business. いらっしゃいませ. いらっしゃいませ. Let's break it down by syllable. いらっしゃいませ. いらっしゃいませ. Now the first question you'll hear is, how many people in your party? Which in Japanese is 何名様ですか? Let's hear it again. 何名様ですか? The first word, 何名, means how many people. Let's break that word down and hear it one more time. 何 and 名. 何 is what or how many, and 名 is the counter for people. This is followed by sama, which in Japanese is the honorific form added to the people counter. And this is followed by the copula desu, and the particle ka, which turns a sentence into an interrogative. Now that we have the question, let's go over how to answer it. In Japanese, the counter for people is mei. 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 And let's take this opportunity to recap some numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That was 1 to 5. And let's put them together with a people counter, mei. So for one person, that's 1 mei. 2 people would be 2 mei. 3 is 3名. 4 is 4名. And finally, 5 people would be 5名. So when you answer, you just need to say 1名 or 2名. Now remember the word 様 is an honorific form, so you should never use it for yourself or your party. That's similar to how you would never call yourself Sachiko-san or Ms. Sachiko, because that sounds a little bit silly, doesn't it? Okay, now it's time for Sachiko's secret. I'll let you know what I do when I go into a restaurant. I simply hold up my fingers to indicate how many people I'm with. This helps avoid confusion, because even if you are fluent in Japanese, it's sometimes really loud in the restaurant that you can't really hear yourself speak, and the wait staff can see your fingers from far away. Sometimes they won't even have to come all the way to the door to greet me. They just smile and point to the seat that I can take. So when in doubt, just hold up those fingers. Okay, so to close out today's lesson, let's practice what you've just learned. I'll give you the English equivalent of the phrase, and you're responsible for shouting it out loud in Japanese. You got that? I'll give you a few seconds before I give you the answer, so good luck. 頑張ってください. How many people in your party? 何名様ですか? 何名様ですか? And if you wanted to answer 2 people, you would say 2名. 2名.
Lesson 13.
Today we'll go over getting a table in a restaurant. In Japan, smoking in restaurants is still accepted, but there are places that'll ask you if you want smoking or non-smoking. Now, remember when you enter a restaurant, you'll first hear いらっしゃいませ, which in Japanese is the polite greeting when entering a place of business. Then they'll ask you for how many people are in your party. And then they'll ask whether you want smoking or non-smoking. So let's go over that. Non-smoking in Japanese is 禁煙. 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 Let's break that down by syllable. 禁煙. 禁煙. The first letter 禁 stands for prohibited. 禁. 禁. This is followed by 煙, which is the Japanese character for smoking. So literally, it's prohibited smoking. 禁煙. 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 On the flip side, smoking is 喫煙. 喫煙. Let's break it down by syllable. 喫煙. Together, it's 喫煙. This one word together means smoking. Now, when somebody asks you if you want smoking or non-smoking seats, they'll just say 禁煙、喫煙、どちらにしますか? どちらにしますか? Broken down by syllable, that would be どちらにしますか? Which means, which would you choose? どちら means which. どちら. The latter half of the question, にしますか means will you do. します is the polite form of to do. And ka at the end of the sentence is a particle that turns a sentence into an interrogative. So together, the question would be 禁煙、喫煙、どちらにしますか? To answer this, simply say either 禁煙, non-smoking, or 喫煙, smoking. Now you can also beat them to the punch by saying how many people are in your party and non-smoking even before they ask. As we covered in our previous lesson, you can tell them the number of people in your party by saying 1名 for one person or 2名 for 2 people. Then add 禁煙 if you want non-smoking, and then you're all set. And there you go, ready for an exquisite dining experience in the heart of Tokyo. Now here's a little Sachiko's secret. A lot of restaurants in Japan now have separate seating for smoking and non-smoking, but the 2 areas are sometimes so close together that the smoke actually filters into the non-smoking section. So when you enter a restaurant, pay attention to the layout of the place. And if the smoke starts to bother you during a meal, insist on moving to a better seat. Simply point to an empty seat further away from the smoking section and say, いいですか? Which means, is it all right? Or is it okay? If they look confused about why you're asking to be moved, simply do the smoking gesture and frown. That's what I do. Okay, so to close out today's lesson, let's practice what you've just learned. I'll give you the English equivalent of the phrase, and you're responsible for shouting it out loud in Japanese. You got that? I'll give you a few seconds before I give you the answer, so good luck! 頑張ってください. Non-smoking. 禁煙 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 Smoking. 喫煙 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 Would you prefer smoking or non-smoking? 禁煙、喫煙、どちらにしますか？禁煙、喫煙、どちらにしますか？禁煙、喫煙、どちらにしますか？
Lesson 14.
Now that we know how to get to a table at a restaurant, we'll cover getting by the table. First, you may have to get a hold of the staff. You can accomplish this by saying すみません, which means excuse me in Japanese. すみません. Let's break it down by syllable. すみません. Altogether, it's すみません. Once the waiter or waitress comes to your table, you can simply point to the menu and say, this please. In Japanese, that would be これください。これください。Let's break it down by syllable. That would be これください。Altogether, it's これください。The first word これ means this. Let's break this down and hear it one more time. これこれ This is followed by ください, which in Japanese is please give me. くださいくださいください So altogether it's これください to mean this please. Now if you're feeling a little bit more ambitious, you could also ask, what do you recommend? In Japanese, that would be 何がおすすめですか？何がおすすめですか？ Let's break it down by syllable. 何がおすすめですか？ Now let's hear it once again. 何がおすすめですか？ The first word 何 means what. That's 何 何 This is followed by が which in Japanese is a subject marker. This is followed by おすすめ which means recommendation. おすすめおすすめ That is followed by ですか Desu is the copula, and ka is the particle that turns a sentence into an interrogative. All together now, it's 何がおすすめですか？何がおすすめですか？ Got that so far? And now for Sachiko's secret. The great thing about Japanese restaurants is that their menus often have pictures of the foods they're serving. So you can really get a feel for what is being served without being able to read the menu. Sounds good, doesn't it? Sometimes they even have life-size models of the meals displayed in a glass case outside their restaurant. Have you seen those in guidebooks? They're really useful, not to mention really cute. But beware, the portions might be much smaller than they seem in the picture or displays. I felt betrayed many a times. Okay, so to close out today's lesson, let's practice what you've just learned. I'll give you the English equivalent of the phrase, and you're responsible for shouting it out loud in Japanese. You got that? I'll give you a few seconds before I give you the answer, so good luck. 頑張ってください. Excuse me. すみません. すみません。すみません。This please. これください。これください。これください。And lastly, what do you recommend? 何がおすすめですか？何がおすすめですか？何がおすすめですか？
Lesson 15.
Today we'll go over asking for the check when you're done eating at a restaurant. First, you may have to get a hold of the staff. Again, you can accomplish this by saying すみません, which means excuse me. Once the waitstaff is at your table, you can ask for the check. In Japanese, check please is お会計お願いします。お会計お願いします。お会計お願いします。That was a long one, so we're going to break it down word by word. The first word, お会計, is a polite way of saying check. This is followed by お願いします, which is the polite way of saying please take care of it. So together, it's simply please take care of the check. When you say this, the staff will bring you the check to your table. You'll then need to take it to the cash register and pay it there when leaving the restaurant. If you're at a restaurant and you feel like the food is great and you want to tell that to the waitstaff or to the person that you're eating with, there's a certain phrase we can use. The word おいしい means delicious. おいしい, おいしい. Now, technically speaking, we should say おいしかったです. おいしかったです. おいしかったです, which is a polite way of saying this was delicious in the past tense. But here, we'll introduce おいしい because it's the simplest way of saying delicious and it can be said during a meal as well. Now, in Japan, there's a set phrase that we say after a meal. It goes like this. ごちそうさまでした. 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 And the rough translation is, thank you for the wonderful meal. It's typically said to the person who cooked the food, the person who took you to the restaurant, or whoever paid for your meal. It's also a nice thing to say to the restaurant staff as well. They'll be really impressed and tickled pink if you say that. And now for Sachiko's secret. Like I said earlier, in Japan, diners usually don't pay at the table. They take their checks to the cash register, which is typically near the entrance of the restaurant. A staff will ring you up there and ask if you want to pay individually or pay as a group. To pay as a group, one person can just pay the total amount and make a hand gesture, meaning all of us. I'm sure you can imagine that. But if your party wants to pay separately, each person should say what dishes they ordered. And then the waitstaff will calculate the total amount for each person. So for example, I would go up to the cash register and say, I had the carbonara and the coffee. Or carbonara to coffee. They'll do the calculations and give you a total amount, and you pay there. Simple as that. And good news, there's no tipping in Japan, so there's no need to leave a tip at the table. Okay, so to close out today's lesson, let's practice what you've just learned. I'll give you the English equivalent of the phrase, and you're responsible for shouting it out loud in Japanese. You got that? I'll give you a few seconds before I give you the answer, so good luck. 頑張ってください. Check please. お会計お願いします。お会計お願いします。お会計お願いします。Delicious in the present tense. おいしい、おいしい、おいしい。Delicious in the past tense. おいしかったです。おいしかったです。おいしかったです。And the set phrase we say after a meal. ごちそうさまでした。ごちそうさまでした。ごちそうさまでした。
Lesson 16.
Today we're going to cover something very simple but very, very useful. Being able to count to 10 will make your stay so much easier in lots of different situations. Getting a table at a restaurant or buying the right number of tickets, it can always help. And you can also ask for the time if you knew this. So let's get started. 1 in Japanese is 1. 1. 1. 2 is 2. 2. 3 is 3. 3. 3. So far we have, for 1, 2, and 3, 1, 2, 3. Moving on. 4 is 4. Sometimes it's called 4. 4 or 4. Number 5 would be 5. 5. Number 6 is 6. 6. 6. Number 7 can be 7. 7. Or 7. It depends on the usage, and we'll go into that a little bit later. So number 7 is either 7 or 7. Number 8 would be 8. 8. Number 9 is 9. 9. And lastly, number 10 is 10. 10. That's a lot to remember in one lesson, but let's go through it again. From 1 to 10, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let's try that again. 1 to 5 first. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6 to 10 is 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let's see if you can say this all together. And say it with me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Are you getting the hang of it? Hope so. Now, here's a little Sachiko's secret. I don't mean to discourage you, but there are many, many ways of saying numbers in Japanese. Don't ask me why. I don't like it either. So if someone tells you a number and you're not quite familiar with it, you could just patiently ask 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This would let them know that you know one set of numbers, but you're not familiar with the set of numbers that they're using. Or, better yet, if all else fails, just use your fingers. Hold up 3 fingers to indicate 3. Hold up 4 fingers to indicate 4. Remember, numbers are a universal language. Hallelujah! Now let's go over the numbers we did today. Let's do a simple quiz here. I'll say a number and you tell me in Japanese. And it's not in order. Haha. 3. Did you get it? Yep, the number is 3. 3. 3. What about 6? 6. You got it. 6. What about 9? 9. 9. That's number 9. Let's try a little bit more. We'll go over the even numbers. 2. That would be 2. 4. That would be 4. 6. 6. Number 8. 8. Great, you're doing great so far. And lastly, 10. 10. All together now, let's try 1 to 10 all together. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Lesson 17.
Today's phrase is something for all you shoppers out there. The phrase is, how much? In Japanese, how much is いくらですか? 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 Altogether, it's いくらですか? Shopping at the market, at an eatery, or wherever you like to shop, this is an extremely high-frequency phrase. The most rudimentary way of using this phrase is pointing at something while saying it. But let's try and build this up a bit, shall we? Let's start with the expression, how much is this? Which in Japanese is, これはいくらですか? 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 Altogether, it's これはいくらですか? When asking for something a bit further away from you, the expression in Japanese is それはいくらですか? Let's take a look at that word. That is それ. Broken down by syllable, it's それ. それ. Altogether in a sentence, it's それはいくらですか? You got that? All right. Now you may have noticed the wa in there. That's a topic marking particle. But that's kind of beyond the scope of survival Japanese. So make sure you go to our website and check out the PDF. Now it's time for Sachiko's secret. The quick and dirty way of saying how much is いくら? 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 But be careful, folks. There's grave danger in using this word alone. If you get the intonation wrong, you could be asking for salmon eggs. How does that work? The word for salmon egg is いくら. Do you notice the difference right there? いくら. But to say how much is いくら? いくら? Notice the rising intonation. いくら? Because it's a question, you'll notice the rising intonation. いくら? Got that? So salmon egg is いくら. How much is いくら? Make sure you don't get that wrong. You don't want to end up with salmon eggs when you're trying to buy Chanel. Okay, so to close out today's lesson, let's practice what you've just learned. I'll give you the English equivalent of the phrase, and you're responsible for shouting it out loud in Japanese. You got that? I'll give you a few seconds before I give you the answer, so good luck. 頑張ってください. Number 1. How much? I can't hear you. Don't be shy. Come on, give it a shot. How much? いくらですか? 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 Next. How much is this? Next. How much is this? これはいくらですか? これはいくらですか? Last but not least, how much is that? それはいくらですか? それはいくらですか?
Lesson 18.
Today's phrase is related to the phrase how much, which in Japanese is いくらですか? The quick and dirty version of that, of course, is いくら. Okay? Now for all you shoppers out there, we're going to teach you something extra special today that's going to come in really handy. It's the phrase for please do better than that. Do you have a better price for that? The Japanese is 負けてください. 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 Altogether, it's 負けてください. Let me explain the nuance behind all this. It's not only asking for a discount in price, it's also saying, hey, can you throw in a little bit more? Can you do me a little favor? Can you throw me a bone here? So, you might actually get a discount, or not, but you might get an extra trinket here and there. You never know what to expect, and that's the great thing about it. I have to admit, it's not very customary to bargain in Japan. You don't walk into a posh department store and say, "makete kudasai." That would be a little bit freaky. At flea markets or open-air markets, you can always go around and see what they can do for you. Remember to smile and say, "makete kudasai." Say it gently, say it softly, say it friendly, be smooth, be soft. And hey, you never know. If you do get something, be sure to let us know. You'll have to give us half of what you got. So now that we've got that covered, it's time for Sachiko's secret. Now, when you're in my hometown of Osaka, there's a great phrase you can use. Now, Osaka people are historically merchants. Now, people from Osaka are historically merchants, so they like to get down to the nitty-gritty. They don't waste time with formalities and subtleties and what have you. They just get right down to it. And you can say, "makete kurenka?" That's the Osaka dialect for "makete kudasai," which means, hey, give me a break, give me a discount. We'll try that again. It's "makete kurenka?" You'll notice the rhythmical, musical sound to it. That's how Osaka Ben is spoken. "Makete kurenka?" "Makete kurenka?" The last word is actually extended. "Makete kurenka?" All right. So all you people traveling to Osaka, give it a shot and let us know. Please do better in standard Japanese. 負けてください。負けてください。負けてください。All right. Now the next one is the Osaka dialect. The Osaka dialect for "give me a break" is "I can't hear you. You gotta say it with a lot of emotion. Come on. 負けてくれんか?負けてくれんか?負けてくれんか? Be sure to make it rhythmical.
Lesson 19.
In today's lesson, we'll review the Japanese currency so that you know what the denominations are and you know the numbers that will come up when shopping. Now, in English, we refer to the Japanese currency as the yen, but in Japanese, we actually call it en. It's a much lighter sound. En. Now, the foreign exchange rate is always fluctuating, so I won't refer to it here, but I'd like to calculate it as roughly 100 yen a dollar. Using this equation, a 1,000 yen bill is like a $10 bill. As for phrases necessary for foreign exchange, we'll cover that in the next lesson. First, let's go over how to say large numbers in Japanese. We covered 1 to 10 in a previous lesson. To recap, here it is. 1 is ichi, 2 is ni, 3 is san, 4 is shi or yon. There's 2 options right there. 5 is go, 6 is roku, 7 can be either nana or shichi. 8 is hachi, 9 is kyu, and 10 is ju. Yeah, that's a lot of information. So, 1 to 10 altogether is ichi, ni, san, shi, or yon, go, roku, nana, or shichi. 8 is hachi, kyu, ju. Now, to say any number between 10 and 99, you simply combine the numbers 1 to 10. For example, for 68, you would literally just say 6, 10, 8. So that would be 68. 68. Literally just 6, 10, and 8. Which coins would you use to pay that? Well, there are several combinations. But one way is to use 1 50 yen coin, 1 10 yen coin, 1 5 yen coin, and 3 1 yen coins. That adds up to 68, right? Yes, it does. Yes. Now, we also have 100 yen coins and 500 yen coins. In Japanese, 100 is 100, 100, 100. To say 500, simply say the words 5 and 100 in a row. So that would be 500, 500. Typically, it's just the number 1 to 10 plus 100. But the exceptions are 300 becomes 300. 400 and 500 are just normal, 400, 500. But 600 becomes 600 because it's just easier to say 600 rather than 600 because that's kind of awkward, right? And 800 becomes 800 for the same reason. So let's go over the bills. Now, in Japan, we have a 1,000 yen bill, 5,000 yen bill, and the largest, 10,000 yen bill. Now, we actually also have the 2,000 yen bill that was printed back in the year 2000 to celebrate the new millennium. But I rarely see them used. Perhaps people are keeping them at home as souvenirs. I know I did that for about 3 years after it came out. Now let's cover the numbers we need to talk about these bills. In Japanese, 1,000 is sen. 1,000 yen is simply 1,000 yen. 1,000 yen. 2,000 yen would be a combination of the number 2, 1,000, and yen. So it would be 2,000 yen. 2,000 yen. 2,000 yen. And using the same logic, 5,000 yen would be 5,000 yen. 5,000 yen. 5,000 yen. Now comes the complicated part. Yes. In Japanese, 10,000 is not simply pronounced 10 and 1,000. We actually have another word specifically to mean 10,000. That word is man. So 10,000 yen is 1,000,000 yen. 1,000,000 yen. So 20,000 yen would be 2,000,000 yen. 2,000,000 yen. 30,000 yen is 3,000,000 yen, and so forth. Once you're in Japan and you actually have an 1,000,000 yen bill in your hand, you'll get used to the concept. And I've noticed a lot of foreign residents who live here, they just get used to the man yen concept, that they stick that in an English conversation. They say, oh, I have 3 man, or hey, I have 5 man. It's just easier when you get used to the bills. So for today's Sachiko Secret, we'll talk money. Yes, my favorite topic. Not. I actually have a very sweet story related to money. The 5 yen coin is considered a good luck charm for finding that someone special. Why would a cheap coin that buys almost nothing be considered lucky? Because it covers the 5% tax when you buy a 100 yen product. No, seriously. The real reason is that because 5 yen is called goen in Japanese. Goen, which is a homophone with the word goen, which is a word to describe karma or destiny in meeting someone. That's why a 5 yen coin is commonly given as a donation at Shinto shrines. And also, you'll see nicely wrapped 5 yen coins in a box at a souvenir shop. That's a gift that says, I hope you meet that someone special in your life. Try it. Get one for yourself or for a friend and see what happens. If it works, give us a post. Okay, so to close out today's lesson, let's practice what you've just learned. I'll give you the English equivalent of the phrase, and you're responsible for shouting it out loud in Japanese. You got that? I'll give you a few seconds before I give you the answer, so good luck. 頑張ってください. 100 100 100 100 1,000 1000 1000 1000 5,000 5000 5000 5000 10,000 万 万
Lesson 20.
In today's lesson, we'll learn about a really useful place, the Internet Cafe, or as it's known in Japanese, ネットカフェ ネットカフェ ネットカフェ. As you've noticed, this is simply the Japanese pronunciation of net cafe, but we call it netto cafe. Funny, isn't it? In Japan, you can find net cafes at stations or on the streets of a business or residential area. But internet access is also available at manga kissa, or comic book cafes. Manga kissa, manga kissa. The first word, manga, means comic book. In English, you pronounce it manga, but actually in Japanese, it's manga, because we don't have that a sound that we have in English. So the word in Japanese is manga. Kissa is short for kissaten, which means cafe. So together, it's called manga kissa, to mean comic book cafe. Now, in residential areas, manga kissas are all over the place. They are almost on every block. So if you're looking for internet access in a residential area, it might be faster to look for a manga kissa because they're more popular. So today, we'll learn how to say, where is an internet cafe or manga cafe? In residential areas in particular, manga kissas may be easier to find than straightforward internet cafes. So when you ask around, be sure to ask for both. In Japanese, where is an internet cafe or manga cafe would be ネットカフェあるいは漫画喫茶はどこですか？ネットカフェあるいは漫画喫茶はどこですか? Yeah, I know it's a long sentence, but we'll break it down one by one. So the first word, ネットカフェ, is internet cafe. The next word is あるいは, and this means or. あるいはあるいは. The next word is 漫画喫茶. 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 So far we have ネットカフェあるいは漫画喫茶, internet cafe or manga cafe. This is followed by the topic marking particle は followed by どこ, which means where. どこ, どこ. です is the copula. Ka is a particle that turns a sentence into an interrogative. So the latter half of the sentence is はどこですか? はどこですか? Which means where is it? Altogether, the sentence is ネットカフェあるいは漫画喫茶はどこですか? Quite literally, that would be internet cafe or manga cafe is where? Or where is an internet cafe or manga cafe? Pretty simple, eh? Now let me tell you a little bit more about manga kissa because they are a dream come true, not only for manga maniacs, but also for non-maniacs like me. Manga kissas have huge libraries of manga stocked from floor to ceiling, and their inventory includes all types of manga, old and new. And these cafes also have fashion magazines, tabloids, and other stuff for non-manga readers like me. As for the interior, they have really comfortable, cushiony chairs and sofa for manga readers, and they have computers lined up in one corner of the store for net surfers. Some have private rooms with leather chairs and your own computer. Other stores offer premium seats with luxuries such as reclining leather seats. And the best part of it all is that most internet cafes or manga cafes have all-you-can-drink bars offering tea, coffee, soft drinks, and soda. Unfortunately, they don't have alcohol. But hey, it's still all you can drink, right? And these stores sell all sorts of snacks and instant foods that you can eat at the computer or on the sofa. Some cafes even let you bring in food from other stores, so you can eat pizza from a nearby pizza shop and surf the net at the same time. Now let me walk you through what you need to do once you locate a manga kissa. When you walk into the store, the first thing you do is approach the reception desk and tell them what you're here for. Just say, インターネット or manga, and then they'll print out a tab that states the time you signed in. When you leave the store, simply bring that tab with you to the counter, and they'll charge you for the number of hours you stayed. Now, the price differs, but it's usually about 400 yen to 500 yen per hour. That's roughly $4 to $5 US an hour. And that's regardless of whether you use the internet or read manga. The price is all-inclusive for the time you stayed there. And if you're thinking of staying for 3 hours or longer, you might want to ask about discount packages. A lot of places offer a discount, like 1,200 yen for 3 hours, or an overnight discount package as well. So be sure to ask. Another critical question for all you laptop packing net surfers out there is, does this store have Wi-Fi? In Japanese, that would be, このお店には Wi-Fi ありますか? このお店には Wi-Fi ありますか? このお店には Wi-Fi ありますか? The first word, この means this. That's followed by お店, which is a polite way of saying store. に is a particle roughly translated as in, at, or on. Wa is a topic marking particle. So far we have このお店には, which means inside this store. Wi-Fi is simply the Japanese pronunciation of the English word Wi-Fi. And あります is the polite way of saying there is. The last particle, ka, turns a sentence into an interrogative. So altogether, このお店には Wi-Fi ありますか? means, does this store have Wi-Fi? Now in Japan, Wi-Fi access is available at various stores, cafes, and train stations. So many different companies offer these services, so we can't mention them all here. But for non-Japanese, the most familiar stores may be Starbucks and McDonald's. Usually a Japanese service provider offers a service in conjunction with the store. So users would have to sign up with the provider, and the payments and access methods will depend on who is providing the service. So let's learn some phrases necessary for signing up. To ask, how do I access the internet? You would say, ネットにはどうやって接続しますか? 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 The first word, ネット, is the Japanese pronunciation of the word net or internet. Ni is a particle roughly translated as in, at, or on. Wa is a topic marking particle, and どうやって is a casual way of saying how do I. And 接続 means connect. します is a polite way of saying will do. And ka is a particle that turns a sentence into an interrogative. So altogether, ネットにはどうやって接続しますか? means how do I access the internet? And when you sign up, you'll be asked for a username and password. In Japanese, username and password please is ユーザーネームとパスワードをお願いします。ユーザーネームとパスワードをお願いします。ユーザーネームとパスワードをお願いします。Username is obviously the Japanese pronunciation of the word username. And パスワード is the Japanese pronunciation of password. O is the object marking particle, and お願いします is the polite way of saying please take care of it. So altogether, it's ユーザーネームとパスワードをお願いします。When they ask you this, simply provide a username and password, and you're on your way to the internet highway. Now this lesson is becoming really long already, but let me add a Sachiko secret. Now manga kissa are great for more than just reading manga. As you may know, the trains don't run 24 hours in Tokyo. So if you miss your last train at night, you're stuck. You can't get home, you don't have money for a cab, and you certainly can't afford to stay in a 5-star hotel. What do? You stay at a manga cafe. Just walk around the neighborhood and look for a 24-hour manga cafe. They offer overnight packages, so it's not actually that expensive. You could probably spend the night for about 3,000 yen or less. And depending on the store, you might get a really, really comfortable sofa, or you could get the private room with your own computer and your own sofa and your own lounge. You may even want to try spending the night at a manga cafe just as an experience. It's very unique. Okay, so to close out today's lesson, let's practice what you've just learned. I'll give you the English equivalent of the phrase, and you're responsible for shouting it out loud in Japanese. You got that? I'll give you a few seconds before I give you the answer, so good luck! 頑張ってください. Where is an internet cafe or manga cafe? ネットカフェあるいは漫画喫茶はどこですか？ネットカフェあるいは漫画喫茶はどこですか？ネットカフェあるいは漫画喫茶はどこですか？ And the word for internet is インターネット。インターネット。インターネット。Does this store have Wi-Fi? このお店には Wi-Fi ありますか？このお店には Wi-Fi ありますか？このお店には Wi-Fi ありますか？ How do I access the internet? ネットにはどうやって接続しますか？ネットにはどうやって接続しますか？ネットにはどうやって接続しますか？ Username and password, please. ユーザーネームとパスワードをお願いします。ユーザーネームとパスワードをお願いします。ユーザーネームとパスワードをお願いします。
Lesson 21.
Buses are pretty useful for getting around Japan if you have a detailed map of the bus routes. In today's lesson, we'll go over how to pay for the bus fares. Now, for long-distance routes, like buses to the airport or intercity buses, you'll have to pay for the tickets beforehand. Today, we'll practice getting a bus ticket to Narita Airport. First of all, in Japanese, Narita Airport is Narita Kukou. Narita Kukou. Let's break that down by syllable. Narita Kukou. Narita is the name of the airport, and Kukou means airport. So our location is Narita Kukou. In Japanese, one ticket to Narita Airport, please, would be 成田空港までの切符を1枚ください。Yeah, that was a really long one. Let's take it slowly. 成田空港までの切符を1枚ください。成田空港までの切符を1枚ください。Yeah, let's break this down because it's a really long sentence. The first word we just covered. It means Narita Airport. The following word, まで, means to a destination. まで, まで. This is followed by の, which in Japanese is the rough equivalent of. And this is followed by 切符, which in Japanese means ticket. Now, Japanese nouns don't have a distinction between singular and plural, so the word itself, 切符, remains the same, no matter how many tickets you're getting. And this is followed by お, the object marking particle. 1 means one, and 枚 is a counter for paper, tickets, and other things. Together, 1枚 means one ticket. And the last part, ください, means please give me. ください。ください。ください。So, all together, we have 成田空港までの切符を1枚ください。Literally, this means Narita Airport to one ticket, please give me. 成田空港までの切符を1枚ください。Now, if you want to buy more than one ticket, for example, you want to buy two, you can accomplish this by saying 2枚 instead of 1枚. 2 means two, and 枚 is the counter for paper objects. So in the sentence, here we go. 成田空港までの切符を2枚ください。We simply substitute 1枚 with 2枚. Okay? Now you might also need to ask, how much is it to your desired destination? For this, we'll use the same destination as above. In Japanese, how much is it to Narita Airport becomes 成田空港まではいくらですか？成田空港まではいくらですか？ Now let's break it down by syllable. 成田空港まではいくらですか？ Altogether, it's 成田空港まではいくらですか? The first half of the sentence is the same as before. 成田空港まで means to Narita Airport. Wa is a topic marking particle. いくらですか means how much is it? So literally, this means Narita Airport to tickets, how much? To mean how much is it to Narita Airport? Now it's time for Sachiko Secret. If you're going to ride the local buses that circle around a small neighborhood, you won't need to buy tickets beforehand. Usually, a local bus ride is one set price regardless of where you get off. Fares are usually about $2 or so for a one-way ride. And the way you get it is very simple. When boarding a bus, you simply pay the fare into a machine right next to the driver. It's all right not to have exact change. But if you do need change, tell the driver first. He'll point to a different machine you'll have to put the fare into to get change. Complicated, yes. Once you're on the bus, don't forget to press a button around the seats when you've neared your destination. If there's no one standing by the bus stop, and none of the passengers ring the bell before that stop, the bus might not stop. You don't want to be left behind when you're trying to stick to your itinerary. Okay, so to close out today's lesson, let's practice what you've just learned. I'll give you the English equivalent of the phrase, and you're responsible for shouting it out loud in Japanese. You got that? I'll give you a few seconds before I give you the answer, so good luck. 頑張ってください. One ticket to Narita Airport, please. 成田空港までの切符を1枚ください。成田空港までの切符を1枚ください。成田空港までの切符を1枚ください。Two tickets to Narita Airport, please. 成田空港までの切符を2枚ください。成田空港までの切符を2枚ください。And lastly, how much is it to Narita Airport? 成田空港まではいくらですか？成田空港まではいくらですか？
Lesson 22.
Part 2 of our bus ride. Now, once you're on the bus, you'll hear announcements informing the passengers of where the bus will stop next. Now, in case there's no English announcement, you may not catch the location. So, the phrase, "What's the next stop?" may be indispensable. In Japanese, "What's the next stop?" is 次のバス停はどこですか？次のバス停はどこですか？ Let's break it down by syllable. 次のバス停はどこですか？ Now let's hear it once again. 次のバス停はどこですか？ The first word, 次, means next. 次, 次. This is followed by no, which in Japanese is the rough equivalent of. No. So to recap here, we have this is followed by バス停, バス停, which means bus stop. So far we have 次のバス停. Literally, this means the next bus stop. 次のバス停. Let's take a look at the remaining half. はどこですか? は is a topic marker. どこ means where. どこ どこ. Desu is a copula, and ka turns a sentence into an interrogative. So the last half is はどこですか? Literally meaning, where is it? Altogether, where is the next bus stop would be 次のバス停はどこですか? 次のバス停はどこですか? Literally, this means next bus stop. Where is it? Pretty simple. Now, another thing you could do is simply ask if your desired destination is the next stop. For this phrase, we'll use Narita Airport as a destination. So the phrase, is Narita Airport the next stop? Would be, 成田空港は次ですか? 成田空港は次ですか? Let's break that down by syllable. 成田空港は次ですか? Now let's hear it all together. 成田空港は次ですか? Don't worry, we're going to break this down by word. The first word, 成田空港, of course, is Narita Airport. 成田空港, 成田空港. This is followed by the topic marker, wa. That's followed by tsugi, which means next. Tsugi, tsugi. Desu, again, is a copula, and the last ka is a particle that turns a sentence into an interrogative. So altogether we have 成田空港は次ですか? Literally, this means Narita Airport is next. 成田空港は次ですか? Today's Sachiko secret is pretty special. It's a tactic I employ, and I'm only giving it out to you guys. There's a way to make sure you're on the right bus and get the bus driver to remind you where to get off. Killed two birds with one stone, right? Because there are so many buses in Tokyo, it really makes it difficult to figure out which bus is going where. So this is what I do. Before you pay for the bus, you ask the driver whether this bus stops at your desired destination. You can simply say the name of the destination and wait for the driver to nod or shake his head. Then, ask him to tell you when the bus reaches that destination. Simply say the destination name and 教えてください, which means please tell me. 教えてください. 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 That way, he can call out to you when he stops there. And it's happened. People are pretty friendly. They want to help just as much as anybody else. And remember, when getting off a bus, exit from the rear doors. The front doors are reserved for passengers getting on the bus. Okay, so to close out today's lesson, let's practice what you've just learned. I'll give you the English equivalent of the phrase, and you're responsible for shouting it out loud in Japanese. You got that? I'll give you a few seconds before I give you the answer, so good luck! 頑張ってください. What is the next stop? 次のバス停はどこですか? 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 Next phrase. Is Narita Airport the next stop? 成田空港は次ですか? 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 And lastly, from Sachiko's Secret, we have, please tell me. 教えてください. 教えてください. 教えてください.
Lesson 23.
Today we'll try getting a train ticket. In Japan, there's two ways of getting a train ticket. You can either go to the vending machine and pop in your money if you already know how much it's going to cost you. For this, you need to check a map and determine how much you're going to need. Now, if you don't want to put up with that, you can simply walk up to a ticket gate window and tell them where you're going. Let's work on that today. In today's lesson, we'll use Tokyo Station as a destination to practice how to get our train tickets. In Japanese, station is eki. 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 So Tokyo Station would be Tokyo Eki. Now let's put that in a sentence. Please give me tickets to Tokyo Station would be 東京駅までの切符をください。東京駅までの切符をください。東京駅までの切符をください。Don't worry, we're going to break this down by word. The first word, 東京駅, is, like we said, Tokyo Station. まで means to, usually referring to a destination. No is the rough equivalent of the English word of. 切符 means ticket. So far we have 東京駅までの切符. Literally, this means Tokyo Station to of tickets. So it means tickets to Tokyo Station. And the remaining part of the sentence is をください. を is the object marker. ください means please give me or please do this. Altogether, it's 東京駅までの切符をください. Literally, this means Tokyo Station to tickets, please give me. Or please give me tickets to Tokyo Station. Pretty simple, eh? Now here's Sachiko's secret. I don't remember exactly when this started, but the Tokyo subway system has become a lot easier to read. All the train stations now have a letter and a number to substitute for them. That way, you don't have to remember really long names like Akasaka Mitsuke or Shinjuku Sanchome. Yeah, you get my point, right? The Japanese is still there, obviously. But there's also a letter and a number set like M9 or M13. And it's much, much easier for foreigners to get by. I hope that helps. Okay, so to close out today's lesson, let's practice what you've just learned. I'll give you the English equivalent of the phrase, and you're responsible for shouting it out loud in Japanese. You got that? I'll give you a few seconds before I give you the answer, so good luck! 頑張ってください. Tickets to Tokyo Station, please. 東京駅までの切符をください。東京駅までの切符をください。東京駅までの切符をください。
Lesson 24.
As you may know, Japan has the high-speed interprefectural bullet train system called Shinkansen. Shinkansen. That's just the Japanese word for bullet train. The fastest one, the Super Express Nozomi, connects Tokyo and Osaka in about 2.5 hours. That's about 500 kilometers in distance. It's really convenient. I use it all the time to go home to Osaka. So in today's lesson, we'll work on getting the tickets for the Shinkansen. We can accomplish this by saying, tickets to destination, please. In today's lesson, we'll use Osaka Station as an example. In Japanese, station is eki, eki, eki. So our location altogether is Osaka Eki. And the question, tickets to Osaka Station, please, is 大阪駅までの切符をください. Yes, very long sentence, so we'll break it down by syllable. 大阪駅までの切符をください. Altogether, it's 大阪駅までの切符をください. Now let's look at it word by word. The first word, 大阪, is obviously Osaka. The next word, eki, means station. That much we've covered so far. This is followed by まで, a particle that can be translated as to or until. まで made. The next word, no, can be roughly translated as of. The word kippu means ticket. Kippu, kippu. So to recap here, we have 大阪駅までの切符. Literally, this means Osaka Station to of ticket, or tickets to Osaka Station. Let's take a look at the remaining sentence. O is an object marking particle. And the last word, kudasai, means please. So altogether we have 大阪駅までの切符をください. Literally, this could be translated as Osaka Station to of tickets, please. Or tickets to Osaka Station, please. 大阪駅までの切符をください. 切符 means ticket. Now, in Japanese, we don't differentiate between singular or plural nouns. So regardless of how many tickets you're getting, you can simply say 切符. Pretty useful. And now for Sachiko's secret. I always take the Shinkansen when I go home to Osaka from Tokyo, where I now live. So I'm a seasoned pro. Let me take you through the steps of buying a Shinkansen ticket. First of all, get to a JR station where the Shinkansen stops, like Tokyo Station or Shin Osaka Station. Now, JR is the name of a previously state-owned train line that covers almost all parts of Japan. It stands for Japan Railway. So get to a JR station, find a Shinkansen counter, and tell the person your destination. They'll tell you which Shinkansen route you need to take. There are many different Shinkansen routes depending on your destination. So be sure you've got the right one. For example, the Tokyo to Osaka route would be the Tokai Shinkansen line. Tokai Shinkansen line. So you would go to the counter for the Tokai Shinkansen and not the other Shinkansen lines. Next, you tell them if you want seats in an ordinary car or the first class green car, as it's called. Green sha. Green sha. Sha just means car. Now, all the seats in the green car are reserved seating, so you'll get a specific seat number. But if you want a seat in the ordinary cars, you can choose between a reserved seat or a non-reserved seat. The great thing about reserved seats is obviously that you're guaranteed a seat. But you have to make sure you get on that specific train that leaves at a specific time. I personally prefer non-reserved seating because I don't want to worry about making it on time for a particular train. But with non-reserved seats, there's always the risk of not being able to sit down. And that's a long trip to be standing up. Believe me, I've done it. 2.5 hours on a Shinkansen? Ooh, pretty tiring. And another thing is, reserved seats sell out pretty quickly. So a non-reserved ticket may get you on an earlier train. Once you get the tickets, find out which platform your Shinkansen leaves from and make sure you're there when the bullet train pulls in. Okay, so to close out today's lesson, let's practice what you've just learned. I'll give you the English equivalent of the phrase, and you're responsible for shouting it out loud in Japanese. You got that? I'll give you a few seconds before I give you the answer, so good luck! 頑張ってください. Bullet train. 新幹線. 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 Tickets to Osaka Station, please. 大阪駅までの切符をください. 大阪駅までの切符をください. 大阪駅までの切符をください.
Lesson 25.
Today's lesson is Riding on the Train, Part 3. So after you buy your train ticket and you get to your platform, there's still something you should do. Always, always, always check to see if you're on the right train. I cannot stress this enough. That's because local trains and express trains make different stops. So even if you're on the right platform, heading in the right direction, the next train that pulls in may not be the one you need to take. And in some complicated situations, some train lines split at a certain stop. So you end up going to a completely different direction. That's happened to me so many times, and I cannot stress how important it is to check your destination. You can basically ask anybody who's standing on the platform, but the person who would know best is anybody who's working for the train company. And you can tell who that person is by looking at their uniforms. Okay? So we'll try asking, will this train go to blah blah blah? In Japanese, station is eki. Eki. So Tokyo Station would be Tokyo Eki. Now to ask, will this train go to Tokyo Station in Japanese? It would be Tokyo Eki made ikimasu ka? Tokyo Eki made ikimasu ka? Now this sentence alone just says, will it go to Tokyo Station? So point to the train and ask, Tokyo Eki made ikimasu ka? Tokyo Eki, like we've covered in previous lessons, means Tokyo Station. Made means to. Ikimasu ka means will it go? Ikimasu ka? Ikimasu ka? Ikimasu ka? Which means will it go? The ka turns a sentence into an interrogative. So all together we have Tokyo Eki made ikimasu ka? Tokyo Eki made ikimasu ka? Literally, this means Tokyo Station to will it go? Or will it go to Tokyo Station? Ikimasu ka? Ikimasu ka? Ikimasu ka? Which means will it go? Now on to Sachiko's secret. You know that Japan is a country that really emphasizes harmony and getting along and everything. And I don't mean to sound preachy, but yes, there are a lot of rules we need to follow on the trains. First of all, there's no cell phone usage allowed. You still see somebody answering the cell phone really quickly and quietly and whispering into the phone. I mean, that might be acceptable. You're expecting a call from the office, it's really urgent, and you just want to pick up the phone and say, hey, I'm on the train, I'll call you back. I think that's acceptable. But picking up the phone and talking really loudly as if it was your living room? No. That would be frowned upon, actually. So you want to avoid that. Also, each train car has what we call a silver seat. Silver meaning the graying society. It's a group of seats, usually a clump of 4 seats, that's reserved for the elderly, the physically challenged, and pregnant ladies. It's okay to sit there if there aren't anybody in need of those seats, but if you are sitting in these silver seats, they're called courtesy seats in English, you may want to give up your seat when an elderly or a pregnant woman or a physically challenged person walks into the train. And another thing, trains can get really, really crowded during rush hours, and you don't want your shoulder bag or your backpack taking up space. So what people recommend is that you take off your bags and put it on the overhead racks. Every single train line has a nice little rack above the seats. That's what it's there for, and you should definitely take advantage of that. It's just easier for you physically, and it takes up less space. There's nothing more annoying than people clogging up space with their luggage. Okay, so to close out today's lesson, let's practice what you've just learned. I'll give you the English equivalent of the phrase, and you're responsible for shouting it out loud in Japanese. You got that? I'll give you a few seconds before I give you the answer, so good luck! 頑張ってください. Will this go to Tokyo Station? 東京駅まで行きますか? 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 And don't forget to point at the train that you're talking about.
Lesson 26.
In today's lesson, we'll use a phrase used to get you to your destination when riding a taxi. We'll look at the most basic way to express this, which is the word to followed by a destination. In today's lesson, we'll use Tokyo Station. In Japanese, station is eki. 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 So our location would be Tokyo eki, Tokyo Station. In Japanese, to plus the location would be Tokyo eki e. Tokyo eki e. Let's break it down by syllable. Tokyo eki e. The word for to in Japanese is e, so you simply stick that to the end of the word describing the destination. Tokyo eki e. Tokyo eki e. Pretty simple, right? Now that's the most basic way of expressing where you'd like to go. Well, actually, just saying your destination should work, but don't let the people producing this hear that. You can also say, in a sort of polite way, to the destination, please. Which in Japanese is, Tokyo eki e onegai shimasu. Let's look at the latter half of that sentence. Tokyo eki e onegai shimasu. Let's break it down by syllable. Tokyo eki e onegai shimasu. Tokyo eki e onegai shimasu. Tokyo eki e onegai shimasu. Let's look at the latter half of this sentence. Onegai shimasu. Now that's just a formal way of saying please. It can be broken down into two parts. Onegai, which means favor, and shimasu, which literally just means to do. Together, onegai shimasu is a set phrase for saying please. It can be used with a combination of other phrases, as you'll see in other survival phrases. It can also be used for asking for things, like 地図お願いします. 地図, which means map. And I know you'll be asking for this a lot. 地図をお願いします. Map, please. 地図をお願いします. Now let's break down the latter half by syllable. お願いします. お願いします. It's very useful, so let's keep it in mind. Now time for Sachiko's secret. I don't know if you've heard about this from your friends, but taxis in Japan will treat you like royalty. My goodness, it's really a nice experience. The doors open and close automatically, and the cab drivers even wear white gloves. Where else would you see that? It's really nice. One driver even offered me tissue when I had a runny nose. Really sweet. And this is a mistake a lot of people make. When you get on a cab, don't touch the door. Everything is automated. You might freak out the driver, you might hurt yourself. So remember, when you see a cab, don't touch the door. For your own safety, please. Okay, so to close out today's lesson, let's practice what you've just learned. I'll give you the English equivalent of the phrase, and you're responsible for shouting it out loud in Japanese. You got that? I'll give you a few seconds before I give you the answer, so good luck. 頑張ってください. To the destination, please. 東京駅へお願いします. 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 And a bonus vocabulary. Map, please. 地図をお願いします. 地図をお願いします. 地図をお願いします.
Lesson 27.
In today's lesson, we'll introduce a phrase that will help you get a beat on something specific you're looking for. Today's phrase is, where can I buy blah blah blah? First, we need something to look for, so let's use the word manga, which means comic book in Japanese. In English, it might be pronounced manga, But in Japanese, we don't have that strong ah sound. So it's simply manga to mean comic book. If your friend or nephew has been begging you to get you some manga, here's how you ask. Where can I buy manga? In Japanese is 漫画はどこで買えますか? 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 Now the first word, manga, means comic book. This is followed by the topic marking particle wa, 漫画は. And どこ means where. どこ. So to recap so far, we have 漫画はどこ. Literally, this means comic book where. The next particle, de, is used to indicate location, among other things. And the next word, 買えます, is the polite way of saying can buy. 買えます. And the last sound, か, is the particle that turns a sentence into an interrogative. So all together we have 漫画はどこで買えますか? 漫画はどこで買えますか? Literally this means comic book where can buy, or where can I buy a comic book? The most likely answer would be any bookstore. Manga is everywhere. They just sell them at any bookstore you can think of. But the mecca for manga and animation goods is a place called Akihabara, which also specializes in electronic gadgets. Just get off the Akihabara station on the JR line, which is 2 stops north of Tokyo Station, and just walk around. There are plenty of manga stores. You cannot even avoid them. Now, to ask for a different item, we can just replace the word manga with anything else that you're looking for. For the sake of learning Japanese culture, let's use the word kimono, which is the traditional Japanese attire. Kimono. In Japanese, where can I buy a kimono is 着物はどこで買えますか? 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 This sentence will come in handy when asking taxi drivers, hotel staff, or passers-by to find that specific gift that your friend asked you to get. Now that you're able to ask, you're going to get an answer. How to respond to that will be a whole nother lesson in and of itself, so stay tuned. In today's Sachiko's Secret, we'll go over the basics of traditional Japanese attire, since we mentioned the word kimono in our lesson. The word kimono literally just means something to wear. Kimono. It's the name of the traditional Japanese attire that you've probably seen geisha and other women wearing in the movies or in posters. There are several layers of cloth, most likely silk, wrapped around the body and tied up with an obi, or a sash around the stomach. The obi can be tied in lots of different ways, from simple shapes to really elaborate ones, and they're usually very, very colorful. And on your feet, you wear tabi, which are ankle-high white socks that have a separation between the big toe and other toes. Because the traditional sandals we wear are often separated between the big toe and the other toe. And these sandals are called zori. The casual ones are zori. And the ones with a little bit of height on them are geta, which you could wear barefoot as well. Now, you may have heard the term yukata as well. Yukata are like kimono, they're shaped the same, but they're typically made of cotton rather than silk or synthetic fiber, and often worn in the summer or after a bath. That's why yukata are not worn in layers and they're lightweight. Now, in modern-day Japan, the typical Japanese would only wear kimono and yukata on special occasions. For example, in the summertime, we'd wear a yukata to a summer festival to dance the traditional bon odori, or when we go out to watch fireworks. The kimono, which is much more formal, is often worn by women on New Year's visits to shrines or temples, as well as to graduation ceremonies, weddings, and other celebratory events. Kimono could also be worn as a uniform depending on your job. For example, women waitressing at Japanese restaurants or working at traditional Japanese inns might wear them at work. One interesting thing to add would be that kimono and yukata often have long sleeves that almost reach the ground. The long sleeves are for women who are not married yet. Women who get married would cut the sleeves short, and when you do, that sleeve can serve as a sort of pocket for carrying around your wallet or whatnot. Nowadays, you could put your cell phone in there, I guess. But it's pretty useful. If you get a chance, definitely try wearing a kimono. But beware, it's pretty tight around the stomach, so I would really recommend not wearing it after a meal. Okay, so to close out today's lesson, let's practice what you've just learned. I'll give you the English equivalent of the phrase, and you're responsible for shouting it out loud in Japanese. You got that? I'll give you a few seconds before I give you the answer, so good luck! 頑張ってください. Where can I buy manga? 漫画はどこで買えますか? 漫画はどこで買えますか? 漫画はどこで買えますか?
Lesson 28.
In today's lesson, we'll introduce a phrase that will help you find the store you're looking for. Today's phrase is there a blah 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 store here? Well, first we need to define the store. So let's use my favorite business, convenience store. This in Japanese is konbini. Konbini. Yeah, it sounds kind of similar, doesn't it? Convenience store in Japanese would be pronounced convenience store. But since that's so long to remember, we just shorten it to konbini. 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 So, let's try to say, is there a convenience store around here? In Japanese, that would be コンビニは近くにありますか? コンビニは近くにありますか? Quite a long sentence, but we'll break it down word for word. The first word is convenience store, like I just mentioned, コンビニ. That's followed by the topic marking particle は. That's followed by 近く, 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 which means nearby. That's followed by the particle ni, which describes the location typically. And the last word is ありますか? We've covered this in other lessons, but let's review. ありますか is the polite way of asking, is there a blah blah blah. The root form is ある, which means to exist. So altogether we have コンビニは近くにありますか? コンビニは近くにありますか? Quite literally, it's translated as convenience store nearby, is there? Or is there a convenience store nearby? Now time for Sachiko's secret. Most likely when you ask this question, the answer will be yes, because convenience stores are everywhere. Almost every single block. If you're smack in the middle of Tokyo, there might be 2 on each block. Don't ask me why, but my suspicion is people work long hours from 9 a.m. to maybe 9, 10 p.m. In order to accommodate the working people, you have to be open either 24 hours or at least until late at night. That's why all these convenience stores can still stay in business. I remember when I was working in Tokyo like a mad woman, I would get off work about 10 p.m. It'll be 11:30 by the time I got home. I'd be really tired because most likely I wouldn't have had dinner yet, believe it or not. The only place open was a convenience store. So I'd buy rice balls, drinks. They serve a lot of hot prepared foods as well. Like they have hot dogs or buns, kind of like steamed buns like you'd get in a Chinese restaurant. Or you can even get odeng. These are little fish cakes that they keep in hot water, and they have a little hot water case at the counter at the convenience store. And it's really yummy during the wintertime. So, if you're out and about and you've missed dinner, you have no place else to go, stop by a konbini. You can get a pretty decent meal for a decent price. Some convenience stores even have little counters and stools so that you can eat there, which is great if you're on the go. And it's also good for students. I see a lot of high school students hanging out after school. Okay, so to close out today's lesson, let's practice what you've just learned. I'll give you the English equivalent of the phrase, and you're responsible for shouting it out loud in Japanese. You got that? I'll give you a few seconds before I give you the answer, so good luck. 頑張ってください. Is there a convenience store nearby? コンビニは近くにありますか? コンビニは近くにありますか?
Lesson 29.
In today's lesson, we'll learn how to ask for directions when walking around the maze-like streets of Tokyo. Previously, we introduced where can I buy manga? So now that you can ask, we'll teach you how to make sense of the answers. There's a lot to cover, so let's get started right away. In Japanese, go straight is まっすぐ進む. まっすぐ進む. The first word, まっすぐ means straight. まっすぐ, まっすぐ. This is followed by 進む, which means proceed. 進む, 進む. So altogether we have まっすぐ進む. Literally this means straight, proceed, or just go straight. Now we're going to work on turning. In Japanese, to turn is 曲がる, 曲がる, 曲がる. So to turn right, we simply put the direction before the word 曲がる. Now in Japanese, right is 右, 右, 右. So to turn to the right, we say 右に曲がる, 右に曲がる, 右に曲がる. Ni is a particle used to indicate location. So let's use that in a sentence. Turn right at the convenience store would be コンビニで右に曲がる. コンビニで右に曲がる. コンビニ is actually the abbreviation and Japanese pronunciation of the English word convenience store. Yeah, it sounds really off. But if you pronounce convenience in Japanese, it would be コンビニエンス. Convenience. So they shortened コンビニエンス to simply コンビニ. コンビニ. Now the particle de is used to mean at or in. So together it's コンビニで右に曲がる, which literally means convenience store, at, right, turn. Or turn right at the convenience store. コンビニで右に曲がる. 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 Now let's try turning left. Left in Japanese is 左, 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 左. So to turn left is 左に曲がる, 左に曲がる, 左に曲がる. The first word, 左, like we covered, is left. Ni, again, is a particle used to indicate location. 曲がる means turn, so turn left is 左に曲がる. To turn left at the convenience store would be, what's that? Yeah, that's right. It's コンビニで左に曲がる. 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 So altogether, it's コンビニで左に曲がる to mean turn left at the convenience store. Now, convenience stores are everywhere in Japan. There are just so many chains, so many franchises, and they're just so useful. They sell everything from foods, drinks, stationery, even underwear sometimes. Bizarre places. They're open 24 hours and they're located all over the place, so they're very, very convenient. Hence the name. I would say they're the equivalent of Korean delis in New York City. I remember those days. 3 a.m., walk into a Korean deli, everything is there. Same thing with convenience stores. Now, the store used as an indicator can be changed easily. For example, if you want to use the bank as a location marker, you say 銀行 to mean bank. 銀行, 銀行. So to turn left at the bank would be, yep, give it a try. 銀行で左に曲がる。銀行で左に曲がる。銀行で左に曲がる。Got that? Let's try another one. How about post office, which in Japanese is 郵便局。郵便局。郵便局。So turn right at the post office would be 郵便局で右に曲がる。郵便局で右に曲がる。郵便局で右に曲がる。郵便局で右に曲がる。To mean turn right at the post office. Now, another common phrase we use when giving directions in Japanese is the term 突き当たり, which means dead end, or where the street just ends, or where the street comes to an abrupt end. So often we'll say, turn right at the dead end. So often we'll say, turn right at the 突き当たり, or at the dead end. That in Japanese would be 突き当たり would be 突き当たりで右に曲がる。突き当たりで右に曲がる。突き当たりで右に曲がる。Now today's Sachiko's secret is about what else? Directions. Yes, the Japanese way of giving directions is a bit different from Western ways. First of all, we don't use the term blocks. Instead, we use traffic signals to count the number of blocks. So you might hear someone say, go straight until the second traffic signal. So let's cover that in Japanese so that you'll be prepared. Traffic signal in Japanese is 信号, 信号, 信号. The second traffic signal would be 二つ目の信号。二つ目の信号。二つ目の信号。二つ目 means the second. So to say, go straight until the second traffic signal would be 二つ目の信号までまっすぐ進む。二つ目の信号までまっすぐ進む。二つ目の信号までまっすぐ進む。Now the numbers used in this sentence differ from the typical number of 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, or 4, and 5, which is 1 to 5 in Japanese. When giving directions, we would say the first one or the second one, which in Japanese would be 一つ目、二つ目。一つ is one. 一つ目 would be the first one. So 一つ目 is the first one. 二つ目 is the second one. 三つ目 is the third one. And 四つ目 would be the fourth one when we're counting traffic signals. Now, it's a bit confusing because not every single block has a traffic signal. So when they say traffic signal, literally count the signals, not the blocks. Very confusing. Okay, so to close out today's lesson, let's practice what you've just learned. I'll give you the English equivalent of the phrase, and you're responsible for shouting it out loud in Japanese. You got that? I'll give you a few seconds before I give you the answer, so good luck. 頑張ってください。Go straight. まっすぐ進む。まっすぐ進む。Turn right. 右に曲がる。右に曲がる。右に曲がる。Turn left. 左に曲がる。左に曲がる。Turn left at the convenience store. コンビニで左に曲がる。コンビニで左に曲がる。コンビニで左に曲がる。Turn left at the bank. It's getting long, but hang in there. 銀行で左に曲がる。銀行で左に曲がる。銀行で左に曲がる。And turn right at the post office. 郵便局で右に曲がる。郵便局で右に曲がる。郵便局で右に曲がる。And the last one from Sachiko's Secret. Go straight until the second traffic signal. 二つ目の信号までまっすぐ進む。二つ目の信号までまっすぐ進む。二つ目の信号までまっすぐ進む。
Lesson 30.
In today's lesson, we'll introduce questions related to taking pictures during your trip. We'll go over both, can I take your picture? And can you take our picture? We'll also try, can I take a picture with you? Because if you want to take a picture of someone or with someone, it's always best to ask for their permission first. Let's start with the first question. In Japanese, please take our picture is 写真を撮ってください。写真を撮ってください。Let's break it down by syllable. 写真を撮ってください。Now let's break that down by word. The first word, 写真, means photo. 写真, 写真. This is followed by を, which in Japanese is an object marking particle. Let's look at the next word, 撮って. This means take. 撮って, 撮って. So far we have 写真を撮って. Literally, this means photo take. This is followed by ください, which means please do it. So together, 写真を撮ってください is literally photo take please. 写真を撮ってください。写真を撮ってください。Now be sure to show them how to use your camera. Don't expect all Japanese to be gadget whizzes. I certainly am not. Now let's try the second sentence. Can we take your picture? If you're ever walking down the ancient streets of Kyoto, you may be lucky enough to see some geisha walking around in their beautiful kimonos. Those are traditional Japanese attire. You might be tempted to take a picture of these shy, soft-spoken ladies in front of an ancient-looking temple. That's when you would say, 写真を撮らせてください。写真を撮らせてください。Let's break that down by syllable. 写真を撮らせてください。Now let's hear it again. 写真を撮らせてください。The first word 写真 we just covered earlier is photo. 写真. This is followed by the object marker を. Up to here it's the same as the first sentence. The next word is 撮らせて, which means let me take. 撮らせて, 撮らせて. So far we have 写真を撮らせて which literally means photo, let me take. The next word is ください, which is please. So altogether we have 写真を撮らせてください. Literally this means photo, let me take, please. Or can I take your picture, please? Now there may also be times when you want to take a picture with someone. You'd have to use a different question for this. You would ask, can I take a picture with you? By saying, 写真を一緒に撮らせてください. Simply put, you just added 一緒に, which means together, in the previous sentence. 写真を一緒に撮らせてください. Let's break it down by syllable. 写真を一緒に撮らせてください. Now let's hear it once again. 写真を一緒に撮らせてください. The first word, 写真, means photo. This is followed by the object marker を, followed by 一緒に, which in Japanese means together. 一緒に, 一緒に. So far we have 写真を一緒に. Literally this means photo together. And the rest is the same as the previous sentence. 撮らせてください. Please let me take. So altogether we have 写真を一緒に撮らせてください. Now it's time for Sachiko's secret. You all know the cliche about Japanese people loving to take pictures. Well, I have to admit, there is a reason for this stereotype. We just love taking pictures. Everywhere we go, every occasion there is, we take pictures to preserve that moment for all of eternity. Get-togethers, parties, events, pictures of landscapes. Now, it used to be film cameras, and then it developed onto digital cameras. Nowadays, we use mainly camera phones to take the pictures, because we always carry around our cell phones anyways, right? People usually have huge folders of pictures in their cell phones. That way, the portable files are also easy to carry around and show people. I do it all the time. Okay, so to close out today's lesson, let's practice what you've just learned. I'll give you the English equivalent of the phrase, and you're responsible for shouting it out loud in Japanese. You got that? I'll give you a few seconds before I give you the answer, so good luck. 頑張ってください. Please take our picture. 写真を撮ってください. 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 Second sentence. Can we take your picture? 写真を撮らせてください. 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 And lastly, can I take a picture with you? 写真を一緒に撮らせてください. 写真を一緒に撮らせてください. 写真を一緒に撮らせてください.
Lesson 31.
In today's lesson, we'll go over asking people for their email addresses. Hopefully during your trip to Japan, you'll meet some really nice people that you'd like to keep in touch with. So let's go over some phrases to get you an electronic pen pal. In Japanese, email is simply called メール, the Japanese pronunciation of the word mail. And address is アドレス. Again, the Japanese pronunciation of the word address. So email address in Japanese is メールアドレス. Simple so far, right? Now the easiest way of asking, please give me your email address is メールアドレスを教えてください. The first word, メールアドレス, like we covered before, is email address. This is followed by the object marking particle を. 教えてください is a polite way of saying, please tell me. So altogether, please give me your email address is メールアドレスを教えてください。メールアドレスを教えてください。メールアドレスを教えてください。Once the person gives you his or her email, don't forget to thank them with ありがとうございます which is just thank you very much. Then you can offer yours by saying 私のメールアドレスです which means this is my email address. 私のメールアドレスです。私のメールアドレスです。Now, be sure to write clearly because if you get one letter misread, you might never hear from them again. And to tell them you'll write them, simply add メールします。メールします。メールします。Which literally means I will do email, but it's implied that you will email them. If you want to commit to emailing often, you could say 頻繁にメールします。頻繁にメールします。頻繁にメールします。頻繁に simply means often. Now, if you don't want to get their hopes up too high, just promise to email occasionally by saying 時々メールします。時々 means sometimes. So, 時々メールします means I'll email from time to time. Now it's time for Sachiko's secret. As you may have guessed, most Japanese prefer to send and receive emails from their cell phones instead of computers because they can check messages on the run. For example, if your train is running late, you can email your friend from your cell phone without having to talk in a crowded train. And most working people are so busy that the only time they can leisurely check email is on the train or on the platform while they're waiting. For these reasons, Japanese people often exchange email addresses on their cell phones. A funky word to describe that is メアド, which is short for メールアドレス. メアド, メアド. Teenagers and youngsters are always using 携帯メアド. 携帯 means cell phone. So 携帯メアド is email address from your cell phone. So to put that in today's sentence, please give me your cell phone email address would be 携帯メアドを教えてください。携帯メアドを教えてください。携帯メアドを教えてください。Okay, so to close out today's lesson, let's practice what you've just learned. I'll give you the English equivalent of the phrase, and you're responsible for shouting it out loud in Japanese. You got that? I'll give you a few seconds before I give you the answer, so good luck! 頑張ってください. Let's start with, please give me your email address. メールアドレスを教えてください。メールアドレスを教えてください。メールアドレスを教えてください。The next sentence is, I'll write you often. 頻繁にメールします。頻繁にメールします。頻繁にメールします。And for those of you who don't want to commit that much, you can say, I'll email you from time to time. 時々メールします。時々メールします。時々メールします。And to ask people for their cell phone email addresses, 携帯メアドを教えてください。携帯メアドを教えてください。携帯メアドを教えてください。
Lesson 32.
In today's lesson, we'll introduce a phrase that will enable you to learn Japanese from the people around you. Sure, a dictionary is a great idea, but talking to people is much more fun and interactive. So let's get started. In Japanese, how do you say this in Japanese is, これは日本語でどう言いますか? これは日本語でどう言いますか？ Let's break that down by syllable. これは日本語でどう言いますか？ Now let's hear it once again. これは日本語でどう言いますか？ Now the first word, これ means this. これ。This is followed by the topic marking particle は and that's followed by 日本語 which means Japanese. 日本語 The next particle で means in Japanese. So to recap up to here, we have これは日本語で which means this in Japanese. Let's cover the rest. どう means how. どう言いますか is do you say. 言いますか If you break that down, the root word is 言う which means to say. So 言いますか is a polite way of asking, do you say? Now combined with どう it means how do you say? どう言いますか And the sentence put together is これは日本語でどう言いますか？これは日本語でどう言いますか？ If you wanted to learn how to say a particular word in English, you can just replace これ with the English word. For example, if you want to say, how do you say cold in Japanese? You can say, cold は日本語でどう言いますか？ cold は日本語でどう言いますか？ Now let's break that down by syllable. cold は日本語でどう言いますか？ Now the は following the English word is the topic marking particle. Cold は Literally, this is translated as cold is. And the remaining phrase is the same as the sentence we covered earlier. 日本語でどう言いますか？日本語でどう言いますか？日本語でどう言いますか？ Which means, how do you say it in Japanese? Now it's time for Sachiko's secret. Now, I know today's phrase was a bit longer than you had hoped, but there's a quick and dirty way of saying the same thing. And it goes like this. 日本語では? You may have noticed, but it's actually the middle part of the phrases we covered earlier. Literally translated, it means this in Japanese. Now, one important thing to remember when you use this is the intonation. You have to raise the intonation at the end of the sentence to signal that you're asking a question. Because the quick and dirty sentence is actually an incomplete one. So if you don't raise the intonation, they might just stand there and wait for you to complete the sentence. So let me repeat that again. It's 日本語では?日本語では?日本語では? And literally that just means this in Japanese. Great. Okay, so to close out today's lesson, let's practice what you've just learned. I'll give you the English equivalent of the phrase, and you're responsible for shouting it out loud in Japanese. You got that? I'll give you a few seconds before I give you the answer, so good luck. 頑張ってください. How do you say this in Japanese? I can't hear you. There you go. これは日本語でどう言いますか?これは日本語でどう言いますか?これは日本語でどう言いますか? The second sentence is, how do you say cold in Japanese? Cold は日本語でどう言いますか? Cold は日本語でどう言いますか? Cold は日本語でどう言いますか?
Lesson 33.
In today's lesson, we'll introduce a useful phrase you can use in Japan when you don't understand what people are saying. The phrase is, "Can you write it down?" Now, by having them write it down, it might be easier for you to understand what they're saying or to look up the words in a dictionary. So let's learn how to say that. In Japanese, please write it down is 書いてください。書いてください。書いてください。Now the first word 書いて is a form of the verb 書く, which means to write. This is followed by ください, which means please. So just simply put together, 書いてください is write, please. 書いてください。書いてください。Now, because Japanese uses 3 types of characters, you may not be able to read all of them. But don't worry, you can ask the person to write down the phonetic sounds of Japanese using the alphabet. Using those romanized characters, you can look up the vocabulary in a dictionary. So let's cover how to ask this in Japanese. In Japanese, the alphabet, or romanized letters, is called ローマ字. 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 So to say, please write it in ローマ字 is ローマ字で書いてください. Let's break it down by syllable. ローマ字で書いてください. ローマ字で書いてください. The first word, ローマ字, is romanized letters, like we said. The following word, で, is the rough equivalent of the English word in, as in romaji. So, ローマ字で would mean in romaji. You just stick that to the earlier sentence, and you get ローマ字で書いてください, which is literally translated as in romaji, write, please. Or, please write it in romaji. ローマ字で書いてください. In today's Sachiko Secret, I'll brief you about the Japanese characters. In Japanese, we use 3 types of characters. The first one is Chinese characters, or kanji, as we call them. These are literally the characters used in the Chinese language as well as Japanese. We just adapted several thousand of them from the Chinese, and we read them differently. So for example, if you write the Bank of China or China Bank in Chinese characters, or kanji, both Chinese and Japanese people would understand what it means. But we'd pronounce it a completely different way. The good thing is, we can all communicate just by writing them down. Pretty useful. Now the remaining types of 2 characters, hiragana and katakana, are unique to Japan. Katakana is used mainly to write foreign words, like foreign names. Your name, for example, would be written in katakana. On the other hand, hiragana is used for words that can't be written in kanji or katakana. Small words, like particles, which are similar to prepositions. For example, in today's lesson, we came across the particle de. That would be written in hiragana. 書いてください would be written with a combination of kanji and hiragana. You'll have to check out the PDF to see these visually. They'll start to make sense soon. Okay, so to close out today's lesson, let's practice what you've just learned. I'll give you the English equivalent of the phrase, and you're responsible for shouting it out loud in Japanese. You got that? I'll give you a few seconds before I give you the answer, so good luck! 頑張ってください. Please write it down. 書いてください. 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 Please write it in romanized letters. ローマ字で書いてください. ローマ字で書いてください. ローマ字で書いてください.
Lesson 34.
In today's lesson, we'll introduce you to another phrase that will give you yet another tool to learn Japanese from the people around you. Today we're going to help you improve your reading and pronunciation. When you come across a word you can't read, you can simply use this phrase to get your answer. In Japanese, how do you read this is これはどう読みますか?これはどう読みますか? Let's break that down by syllable. これはどう読みますか? Now here it is once again. これはどう読みますか? The first word, これ means this. これ, これ. This is followed by the topic marking particle は. So far we have これは, this is. The next word, どう means how. どう, どう. Now the last part of the sentence is quite long, so let me explain. 読みますか means do you read? Now, 読む is the root word for the verb to read. 読む. And 読みます is the polite way of saying to read. 読みます. 読みます. And the last word, か turns a sentence into an interrogative. So all together now, the sentence goes like this. これはどう読みますか? Literally, this is how to read? Or, how do you read this? これはどう読みますか? これはどう読みますか? Now, once you get the reading for a sentence, you can follow up with a question, what does it mean? In Japanese, what does it mean is それはどういう意味ですか? 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 The first word, それ means it. それ, それ. This is followed by は, the topic marking particle. それは is it is. それは, それは. Now the next word, どういう means what kind of. どういう、どういう. And the next word, 意味 means meaning. どういう意味 together means what kind of meaning. And of course, です is the copula and か is the particle that turns a sentence into an interrogative. So all together we have それはどういう意味ですか? Literally, this means it is what kind of meaning? Or what does it mean? それはどういう意味ですか? 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 Now, today's Sachiko secret is actually not a secret at all. But I thought I would go over this information with you since we're talking about writing Japanese. As you may already know, the Japanese language uses 3 types of characters. The Chinese characters, or kanji as we call them in Japanese, are literally the same characters used in China. We adapted several thousands of them. The remaining 2 types of characters, hiragana and katakana, are unique to Japan. Katakana is used mainly to write foreign words. So your name, for example, would be written in katakana. If your name was Jim, we would write it jimu, jimu. Hiragana is used to write words that cannot be written in kanji or katakana, such as the copula desu or the particle ka. Now, children who haven't learned all the kanji yet will use hiragana extensively. All in all, we use a lot of characters. 50 hiragana, 50 katakana, and at least 2,500 kanji. So even for us native speakers, it takes us 9 years of schooling to learn all the characters. Typically, we learn the 50 hiragana and 50 katakana in first grade, when we're about 6 years old. Then we learn a little bit of kanji each year until we graduate from junior high school at the age of 15. At that point, we should be able to read a newspaper. But until we learn all of the kanji, we tend to mix up hiragana and ask adults to read kanji for us. That's why at parks, postings targeted at children will be written all in hiragana. Or they might have hiragana written above the kanji. That's because children can't read all of it. Okay, so to close out today's lesson, let's practice what you've just learned. I'll give you the English equivalent of the phrase, and you're responsible for shouting it out loud in Japanese. You got that? I'll give you a few seconds before I give you the answer, so good luck! 頑張ってください. How do you read this? これはどう読みますか? これはどう読みますか? And the second one, what does it mean? それはどういう意味ですか? それはどういう意味ですか?
Lesson 35.
In today's lesson, we'll introduce phrases for those of you who want to travel light and just borrow various gadgets locally while you're on vacation in Japan. We'll learn how to ask a hotel or store if they have a particular item, so you don't have to drag it all the way from across the ocean. Let's start with power converters, or 電力変換器, as they're called in Japanese. In Japanese, do you have a power converter? Is 電力変換器はありますか? 電力変換器はありますか? Let's break it down by syllable. 電力変換器はありますか? Altogether, it's 電力変換器はありますか? It's a long one, yes, we'll break it down by word. The first word, 電力, means electricity. 電力, 電力. This is followed by 変換器, which means converter. 変換器, 変換器. So together, 電力変換器 is power converter. Now, I've brought this up before, but in Japanese, we don't distinguish between singular and plural nouns. So regardless of how many power converters you want, it's always just 電力変換器. Continuing with the sentence, we have the topic marking particle は followed by ありますか, which is a polite way of saying, do you have? ありますか, ありますか. So altogether you have whatever you need and はありますか? Do you have blah blah blah. Now to ask for a different item, we can just replace the word for power converter with anything else you need. Let's try another gadget you might ask for at a hotel. Hair dryer, which in Japanese is simply ドライヤー, ドライヤー. Yeah, this sounds similar to dryer, doesn't it? That's because ドライヤー is simply the Japanese pronunciation of the word dryer. ドライヤー. So to say, do you have a hair dryer is ドライヤーはありますか? 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 And most hotels do, by the way. Now, if you need to iron your shirt for a very important meeting or event the next day, add the word iron at the top of the sentence. The word for iron is simply pronounced the Japanese way. アイロン, アイロン. So to ask for one, simply say, アイロンはありますか? 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 To mean, do you have an iron? Now, if you want to check email from your hotel room, you can ask, do you have a computer? In Japanese, computer is referred to as パソコン, which is the abbreviation of the word personal computer, but pronounced the Japanese way. パソコン, パソコン. To ask for one, you would say, パソコンはありますか? 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 And we can assume that computers are internet accessible. But if you need to be absolutely sure, you could add the word インターネット, which is how we pronounce the internet. インターネット. インターネッ トはありますか? Now for Sachiko's secrets. For Sachiko's secrets, we'll talk a little bit more about electronic gadgets. In Japan, we use 100 voltage power outlets. So it's only a 10 voltage difference compared with the US. But if you have an equipment that's designed for 220 or 240 voltage, you should never plug it in. You don't want to risk damaging your precious gadgets. Well, now, here's the question. Do you really need to bring all your gadgets? Not really, if you ask me. Decent hotels in Japan tend to have hair dryers. Some hotels have internet-accessible computers. But if they don't, there are plenty of internet cafes on the streets in Tokyo or other metropolitan cities. So don't load yourself down. Travel light. Okay, so to close out today's lesson, let's practice what you've just learned. I'll give you the English equivalent of the phrase, and you're responsible for shouting it out loud in Japanese. You got that? I'll give you a few seconds before I give you the answer, so good luck. 頑張ってください. Do you have a power converter? 電力変換器はありますか? 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 Do you have a hair dryer? ドライヤーはありますか? 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 Do you have an iron? アイロンはありますか? 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 And the last one. Do you have a computer? パソコンはありますか? パソコンはありますか? パソコンはありますか?
Lesson 36.
In today's lesson, we'll continue our quest to ask for necessary things at a hotel. In the last lesson, we covered electronic gadgets like power converters, hair dryers, and irons. So today, we'll go over services offered at hotels like room service, massage, and laundry service. In Japanese, we often take foreign words and simply pronounce them to sound like Japanese. And that's what we do with these words: room service, massage, and laundry service. In Japanese, they are ルームサービス、ルームサービス、ルームサービス。Massage becomes マッサージ、マッサージ、マッサージ。And laundry service becomes ランドリーサービス、ランドリーサービス、ランドリーサービス。When pronouncing English words the Japanese way, the key is to eliminate strong intonation and any sounds that don't exist in the Japanese language. For example, we don't have the TH sound, R sound, F sound, and V sounds. So the TH simply becomes an S. The R becomes somewhat closer to the L, the F becomes an H, and the V simply becomes a B sound. We also eliminate strong vowels like A as in apple. We don't have that in Japanese, so it becomes the regular A. So let's go over today's phrases. In Japanese, do you have room service? Is ルームサービスはありますか? 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 First, we have the word for room service. ルームサービス. Then comes the topic marking particle は followed by あります, which is a polite way of saying we have or I have, regardless of what the subject is. And the last sound か is a particle that turns a sentence into an interrogative. So altogether we have ルームサービスはありますか? Literally, this means room service, do you have? Or do you have room service? The answers to such questions would first be yes or no. Yes is はい、はい、はい。And no would be いいえ、いいえ、いいえ。After that, they'll hopefully tell you which number to call or show you how to place an order. Now, when ordering various foods and drinks through room service, you can use the same sentence structure to ask if they have those items. Simply put the name of the food or drink at the beginning of the sentence and add はありますか? Wanna give it a try? Let's try ordering sushi. Sushi はありますか? Sushi はありますか? Sushi はありますか? How about tempura? 天ぷらはありますか? 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 Or perhaps you just prefer to have coffee. コーヒーはありますか? 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 Now, after a long day of sightseeing in Tokyo, you might be exhausted from walking all over the place. So let's try asking for a massage. マッサージはありますか? 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 After a nice massage, you probably want to wear fresh clothing. So let's try asking for laundry service. Do you have laundry service in Japanese is ランドリーサービスはありますか? 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 That's laundry service pronounced the Japanese way. There is a separate word in Japanese for laundry, which is 洗濯, 洗濯, 洗濯. But when we say laundry service, we often just say the English phrase pronounced the Japanese way. And now for Sachiko's secret. As I mentioned before, in Japanese, we often take foreign words and simply pronounce them to sound like Japanese. Why do we do that? Well, I can think of a number of reasons. One is that when new words pop up in the global community, words for new concepts like internet or IP telephony, it's just easier to use the same English word rather than come up with a new Japanese word for it. So in Japanese, many technical terms are simply the Japanese pronunciation of the original word. For example, internet is インターネット, インターネット, インターネット. Radio is ラジオ, ラジオ, ラジオ. Coffee maker is コーヒーメーカー, コーヒーメーカー, コーヒーメーカー. Now, the word television should be pronounced テレビジョン, テレビジョン, テレビジョン. But it's often shortened to テレビ, テレビ, テレビ. Now, another reason is that people tend to think English or anything Western is really cool. So even if there is a Japanese word for it, they would use the English pronunciation instead. For example, hairstylist is 美容師 in Japanese. 美容師, 美容師. But it's considered much more cool to say スタイリスト instead. スタイリスト, スタイリスト, which is short for hairstylist. In fact, English words are often used to describe many different professions. Everything becomes a producer of this or an artist of this and that. For example, a web development person might be called ウェブプロデューサー, ウェブプロデューサー, ウェブプロデューサー. Or a nail artist might be called ネイルアーティスト, ネイルアーティスト, ネイルアーティスト. Okay, so to close out today's lesson, let's practice what you've just learned. I'll give you the English equivalent of the phrase, and you're responsible for shouting it out loud in Japanese. You got that? I'll give you a few seconds before I give you the answer, so good luck. 頑張ってください. Do you have room service? ルームサービスはありますか? 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 And the answer to that would be yes. はい or no. いいえ. Do you have sushi? 寿司はありますか? 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 Do you have tempura? 天ぷらはありますか? 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 Do you have coffee? コーヒーは ありますか？コーヒーはありますか？コーヒーはありますか？ Do you have a massage service? マッサージはありますか？マッサージはありますか？マッサージはありますか？ Do you have laundry service? ランドリーサービスはありますか？ランドリーサービスはありますか？ランドリーサービスはありますか？
Lesson 37.
In today's lesson, we're going to take a trip to the post office. In Japanese, the word for post office is 郵便局。郵便局。郵便局。And today, we're going to work on getting your postcards, letters, and packages sent home. The expression we're going to use for practice is, I'm going to send this to New York. Okay, here we go. In Japanese, I'm going to send this to New York would be, ニューヨークへ送ります。ニューヨークへ送ります。ニューヨークへ送ります。Now the first word, as you've all recognized, is New York. Just pronounce the Japanese way. We don't have the letter R in our language, so New York becomes New York. New York. Of course, you can just pronounce New York. That's fine. The next letter is e. This is a particle that means to, usually referring to the destination. So New York e would mean to New York. The last word is 送ります。送ります。送ります。This means I'm going to send it. It doesn't matter what the subject is, it just means going to send. So altogether, I'm going to send this to New York becomes ニューヨークへ送ります。ニューヨークへ送ります。Now we can build this up a little bit by adding in the words for what we would like to send. For example, if you wanted to send postcards, letters, or packages, you just put that word in front of the sentence we just covered. Let's get started. The word for postcard is はがき。はがき。はがき。Now just add the particle お, which is an object marker, and then the sentence that we just covered. Altogether, it would be はがきをニューヨークへ送ります. Literally, this is postcard, New York, to, will send. Or, I'm going to send this postcard to New York. And of course, you'll have that postcard in your hand, so you don't really need to say this postcard or that postcard. Now let's try another example. The Japanese word for letter is 手紙。手紙。手紙。So it's the same sentence structure. You add the particle を and then the sentence. 手紙をニューヨークへ送ります。手紙をニューヨークへ送ります。Sounds good so far, doesn't it? Now the last word, packages, a fairly small package, I might say, is 小包。小包。小包. Literally, this means small package. Again, add the object marking particle を and add ニューヨークへ送ります. Altogether, it would be 小包をニューヨークへ送ります。小包をニューヨークへ送ります. Now, sending out a package is going to require a little bit more work, but we'll cover that in the next lesson. Time for Sachiko's secret. Now, how do you find a post office in Japan? It's pretty simple. There's actually a logo mark that stands for post office. You may have seen it in your guidebooks. It's a bright red logo mark, and it just is a symbol for post or mail. If you have a map in your hand, all you have to do is look for that logo mark and you'll see where the post office is. Or if you're walking around town and you see a building with that logo mark, There you go. Pretty easy. And if you want to send out a package but you don't have a box or an envelope to put it in, don't worry, they've got everything. You can just buy everything on the spot. And they'll lend you glue, tape, magic marker, whatever you need. It's pretty efficient and helpful. Okay, so to close out today's lesson, let's practice what you've just learned. I'll give you the English equivalent of the phrase, and you're responsible for shouting it out loud in Japanese. You got that? I'll give you a few seconds before I give you the answer, so good luck! 頑張ってください. I'm going to send this to New York. ニューヨークへ送ります。ニューヨークへ送ります。ニューヨークへ送ります。I'm going to send this postcard to New York. はがきをニューヨークへ送ります。はがきをニューヨークへ送ります。はがきをニューヨークへ送ります。I'm going to send a letter to New York. 手紙をニューヨークへ送ります。手紙をニューヨークへ送ります。手紙をニューヨークへ送ります。And the last sentence, I'm going to send a package to New York. Bear with me, this is the last sentence. 小包をニューヨークへ送ります。小包をニューヨークへ送ります。小包をニューヨークへ送ります。
Lesson 38.
Today we're going to work on getting your package one step closer to its intended destination. In a previous lesson, we covered the phrase, I'm going to send this to New York, which was, ニューヨークへ送ります。ニューヨークへ送ります。Let's break it down by syllable. ニューヨークへ送ります。Again, the location is interchangeable. And if you want to build on that and say you're sending this package to New York, you can say 小包をニューヨークへ送ります。小包をニューヨークへ送ります。小包 is the word for small packages. Now, when you send a package, you're going to have to explain what's inside. And that's the sentence we're going to cover today. In Japanese, what's in the package or what's the content is 中身は何ですか?中身は何ですか?中身は何ですか? Let's break it down by syllable. 中身は何ですか? Altogether, that's 中身は何ですか? Now let's look at each word. The first word, 中身, means content. 中身, 中身, 中身. That's followed by は, the topic marking particle, and then followed by なん. That's the rough way of saying what. Usually the word for what is 何, but in this case it's been contracted to なん because it's just easier to say it that way in this sentence. The last three letters are ですか. です is the copula, and ka is the particle that turns a sentence into an interrogative. So all together we have 中身は何ですか? Literally, this means content is what? What's the content? What's inside? Now, to answer that question, the simplest thing would be to just pop out the noun. If you have books, say 本, 本, 本. And again, there's no distinction between a singular form and plural form, so it's always just 本. Or if you have clothing, you can say 服, 服. Or you can simply just say presents, which in Japanese is pronounced プレゼント, プレゼント, プレゼント. Now it's time for Sachiko's secret. Hey, if you're on vacation and you've spent a little bit more than you've wanted to, and all of a sudden you realize, ooh, I don't have any cash. No worries, you can always go to the post office. Japanese post offices have ATMs that take non-Japanese ATM cards. So just stick your foreign ATM card in there and get cash instantly. In yen. How useful. But also, when you bring your package or postcard or letter to the post office, be sure you're at the right window. The Japanese post office has many, many windows for different purposes. One for sending out packages, one for the postal savings program, and it's just very, very complicated. And if you can't tell which window you're supposed to go, just ask anyone who's working there. The simplest word is doko, which means where. Just show the person your letter or postcard or small package and say doko, where, and they'll point you to the right window. Good luck! Okay, so to close out today's lesson, let's practice what you've just learned. I'll give you the English equivalent of the phrase, and you're responsible for shouting it out loud in Japanese. You got that? I'll give you a few seconds before I give you the answer, so good luck! 頑張ってください. What's in the package? 中身は何ですか? 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 That's the question they're going to ask you. If you wanted to tell them books, 本, 本, 本. If you have clothing, 服, 服, 服. Where? どこ?
Lesson 39.
In today's lesson, we'll go over how to exchange foreign currency into the yen. Now, the Japanese currency is pronounced yen in English, but in Japanese, we actually call it the en. It's much lighter sounding, like many words in Japanese. First, let's go over where we can exchange money. Obviously, you can go to any bank or a foreign exchange office at the airport. Occasionally, you'll see some foreign exchange windows in the middle of a massive shopping mall. Either way, we'll teach you the phrase, I'd like to change blah 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 dollars into yen, so that you can use this sentence both when asking for a place that can do that and for actually getting the money exchanged. Kill two birds with one stone. That's what I love to do. In Japanese, I'd like to change US dollars into yen is 米ドルを円に変えたいです。米ドルを円に変えたいです。米ドルを円に変えたいです。Yeah, that's a really long sentence, so we're going to break it down. The first word, 米ドル, means US dollar. Now, ドル is the Japanese pronunciation of the word dollar. I know it sounds very different, but there's no sound in Japanese, so the only way we can say it is ドル. ドル. Now, to mean US dollar, we say 米ドル. Because, to make a long story short, we also call America 米国. So we take the first letter, 米, and stick it onto the word ドル. 米ドル, to mean US dollar. So the word 米ドル is followed by the object marking particle, o. The next word is en, the Japanese way of saying yen. Ni is the particle often used to mean into. So to recap here, we have 米ドルを円に, which literally means US dollars, en, into. Let's look at the latter half of the sentence. The next word is 変えたい, which means want to change. The dictionary form of the verb to change is 変える, 変える, 変える. The last words, です, is a copula. So altogether we have 米ドルを円に変えたいです. Literally translated, this would be US dollar, yen, into want to change. Or, I would like to change US dollars into yen. Now, to exchange a different currency, simply change the first word. For the Canadian dollar, you can use the word カナダドル. カナダドル. For the Australian dollar, the word is オーストラリアドル. オーストラリアドル. And for the euro, you can say ユーロ. ユーロ. Now with all these currencies, and many others, simply add the latter half of the sentence. を円に変えたいです. So if you want to change your Canadian dollars, you can say カナダドルを円に変えたいです. For the euro, you can say ユーロを円に変えたいです. Hope you get the hang of it. And now it's time for Sachiko's secret. Now, I mentioned earlier that you can change your money at a bank or a foreign exchange office within the airport. And you can also find foreign exchange offices in massive shopping malls in Roppongi or Shinjuku or Tokyo Station. Any major station, I think you wouldn't have a problem. But in case you can't find a place, you can always go to the post office. Yes, why is that? Because a Japanese post office usually has an ATM that accepts foreign credit cards. Now, if you use that foreign credit card, you can dispense yen in cash, which is really, really convenient if you can't find any place else to go. But remember, generally Japanese post offices are open only on weekdays from about 9 a.m. to 5 or 6 p.m., depending on the location. Some major post offices are open on Saturdays, but I wouldn't count on it if you're in a rural area. So be careful. Okay, so to close out today's lesson, let's practice what you've just learned. I'll give you the English equivalent of the phrase, and you're responsible for shouting it out loud in Japanese. You got that? I'll give you a few seconds before I give you the answer, so good luck. 頑張ってください. I'd like to change US dollars into yen. 米ドルを円に変えたいです。米ドルを円に変えたいです。米ドルを円に変えたいです。I'd like to change Canadian dollars into yen. カナダドルを円に変えたいです。カナダドルを円に変えたいです。カナダドルを円に変えたいです。And for all you Aussies out there, I'd like to change Australian dollars into yen. オーストラリアドルを円に変えたいです。オーストラリアドルを円に変えたいです。オーストラリアドルを円に変えたいです。And for you Europeans out there, I'd like to change the euro into the yen. ユーロを円に変えたいです。ユーロを円に変えたいです。ユーロを円に変えたいです。
Lesson 40.
In today's lesson, we'll go over phrases concerning telephone usage in Japan. We'll go over renting cell phones in another lesson, so today we're going to focus on using public payphones and buying telephone cards. As you may have guessed, everyone and his dog has a cell phone in Japan. And since so many people have cell phones, public phones are disappearing day by day. I remember the days when public phones were lined up by the dozens outside Shibuya Station. But since entering the 21st century, the number of public phones has continued to decrease. But don't worry, we still have payphones at train stations, hospitals, department stores, and other commercial facilities. You can still buy telephone cards with values of 500 yen, 1,000 yen, or more from vending machines and at little kiosks within the stations. So let's go over how to ask for telephone cards. Telephone cards in Japanese is テレホンカード、テレホンカード、テレホンカード, or テレカ for short. テレカ, テレカ. Now to ask for a 1,000 yen telephone card, simply say 1000円のテレカをください。1000円のテレカをください。1000円のテレカをください。1000円 means 1,000 yen. No is a particle used to describe possession. Tereka is short for telephone card. So to recap up to here, we have 1000円のテレカ. which literally means 1,000 yen of telephone card. Let's go over the rest of the sentence. O is an object marking particle, and the last word ください means please give me. So, 1000 yenのテレカをください literally means 1,000 yen of telephone card, please give me. Or please give me a 1,000 yen telephone card. For 5,000 yen cards, you can say 5,000 yen instead of 1000 yen and repeat the rest of the sentence. So that would be 5,000 yenのテレカをください. To review numbers over 10, check the lesson on currency and high numbers. Now, telephone cards are really easy to use. Simply put it in the slot in the upper half of the payphone and dial the number. While you're talking, the remaining value of the card will show up on an electronic screen in the middle of the phone to tell you how much money you have left on the card. When you hang up, the card will automatically shoot out from the bottom of the payphone. Don't forget to take it with you on your way out. Now it's time for Sachiko's secret. This is going to tell you exactly how old I am, but I remember when telephone cards first came out in the 1980s. They were considered revolutionary. This meant we no longer had to carry around heavy chunks of change, especially the 10 yen coins needed for a 3-minute call through a payphone. If you didn't have a 10 yen coin, you had to drop a 100 yen into the phone and you couldn't get any remaining change back. That problem flew out the window with prepaid telephone cards. Telephone cards are lightweight and eliminated the risk of losing money. And they came in such a variety of designs that were fun to collect, too. My favorite ones were the one with Mount Fuji on a clear day, or a scenic night view from the top of a mountain. It seemed like every company was making telephone cards to market their products. Railway companies printed photos of local sights and scenery. Entertainment companies printed photos of their top actors and actresses. And some cards were sold at more than their face value of 500 yen because of the design. There were even hardcore teleka collectors. Wow. Telephone cards are no longer the rage, and they may be difficult to get now. But if you have a chance, look around. You can still find them in vending machines and kiosks at train stations. You might find something you really like. And if you have a friend in Japan, ask that person to give you unused telephone cards. Chances are that friend will have a cell phone now and have no use for telephone cards. I certainly have a bunch of telephone cards stacked up in my drawers collecting dust. Okay, so to close out today's lesson, let's practice what you've just learned. I'll give you the English equivalent of the phrase, and you're responsible for shouting it out loud in Japanese. You got that? I'll give you a few seconds before I give you the answer, so good luck! 頑張ってください. Please give me a 1,000 yen telephone card. 1000円のテレカをください。1000円のテレカをください。1000円のテレカをください。Please give me a 5,000 yen telephone card. 5000円のテレカをください。
Lesson 41.
In today's lesson, we'll go over paying admission to get into commercial facilities. This will be very helpful during your trip to Japan because many facilities, from theme parks, museums, movie theaters, and even some public parks, like Shinjuku Gyoen, charge admission. So when you walk up to the admission counter, just tell them how many adults and children there are in your party. As an example, we'll use 2 adults and 3 children. In Japanese, adult is 大人 and child is 子供. And the numbers 1 to 10 is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. To review the numbers 1 to 10, check out our previous lessons. Now, when counting people, you need to put a people counter after the numbers. There are several people counters, but today we'll use a counter that we introduced in our previous lesson about the restaurant. The people counter we used then was mei, so just put a number before it. For example, 1 person would be 1名, 2 people would be 2名, 3 people would be 3名. So 2 adults would be 大人2名, 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 which literally means adults 2. For 3 children, you would say 子供3名子供3名子供3名 Okay, so let's try a different version. What if you and your husband are traveling with your parents? How would you say 4 adults? That's right, it would be 大人4名大人4名大人4名 In Japan, sometimes we have separate rates for seniors as well as junior and high school students. So let's cover that as well. There are many ways of saying senior, but the easiest and most common one used in situations like this is shinya, which is simply a Japanese pronunciation of the word senior. The easiest one and the most common one used in situations like this is shinya, which is simply a Japanese pronunciation of the English word senior. Typically in Japan, shinya refers to people over 60 or 65, depending on the commercial facility. And the Japanese word for junior high school student is 中学生中学生中学生 And the word for senior high school student is 高校生高校生高校生 So after you tell the receptionist how many people are in your party, the receptionist will probably tell you how much to pay. To understand the answer, check out our lesson on currency and higher numbers. And now for Sachiko's secret. Today we'll go over how to get movie tickets because movie tickets in Japan can be really expensive. So I'm going to show you how to get them cheap. Now, if you simply walk into a theater and buy tickets straight from the counter, they'll charge you 1,800 yen per adult. That's about $18. A lot of money. They'll also charge about 1,200 yen for seniors and between 1,000 yen and 1,500 yen for students. I know that's really expensive, so we'll go over ways to save money. One way is to go to movie theaters on discount days. Each theater has its own rules, so you'll have to check with each one. For example, some theaters let in women on Wednesdays for 1,000 yen. They call them ladies' days. Others have a 1,000 yen discount rate once a month. So check out the theater you want to go to beforehand and find out when is the cheapest day to go. Another way to save money is to buy discount tickets at so-called ticket centers. You can find these outside major train stations like Shinjuku. Go out the west exit and you'll find them all over the place. They're typically tiny little closet-like stores with lots of movie posters and movie tickets displayed in the window. The ticket price will depend on which movie and on when you buy it. Typically, they'll be about 1,200 yen or 1,300 yen per adult. But sometimes, if the movie's been out for a while, you can get one for as cheap as 800 yen. That's 1,000 yen off the regular price. To buy these tickets, just say the movie title and the sentence we learned today. For example, 2 adults for Spider-Man would be スパイダーマン大人2名 Now be careful when you buy these tickets. Some tickets can only be used in designated theaters. If that designated theater is in your neighborhood, great. If not, it'll be completely useless to you. So you want to ask for tickets that can be used in any theater nationwide. So ask for 全国共通券, which means tickets used commonly nationwide. 全国共通券全国共通券全国共通券 Now, once you've gotten the tickets, you can walk right past the ticket sales window at the theater and go in all the way to where they rip your tickets in half. But you'll still have to line up outside the theater to get good seats. With popular movies, you want to start lining up at least half an hour before showtime. Oh, and make sure you don't get into the version dubbed in Japanese. These are called 吹き替え版吹き替え版吹き替え版 Some theaters will show dubbed versions of foreign movies once a day, targeting people who just don't want to read subtitles for 2 hours. So make sure the show you're lining up for is the subtitled version, which is called 字幕版字幕版字幕版 So use these tips to enjoy your cinema experience in Japan. Okay, so to close out today's lesson, let's practice what you've just learned. I'll give you the English equivalent of the phrase, and you're responsible for shouting it out loud in Japanese. You got that? I'll give you a few seconds before I give you the answer. So good luck! 頑張ってください。2 adults, 3 children. 大人2名、子供3名。大人2名、子供3名。大人2名、子供3名。4 adults. 大人4名。大人4名。大人4名。Senior. Senior. 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 Junior high school student. 中学生。中学生。中学生。And the word for senior high school student is 高校生。高校生。高校生。And from Sachiko's Secret, tickets that can be used nationwide. 全国共通券。全国共通券。全国共通券。And the version dubbed in Japanese are called 吹き替え版。吹き替え版。吹き替え版。And the one you want, the subtitled version. 字幕版。字幕版。字幕版。
Lesson 42.
In today's lesson, we'll go over renting and charging cell phones. Cell phones will make your trip so much easier, especially if you have friends here that you want to coordinate your schedule with. So let's get started. Now, if you want to rent a cell phone, you can rent one at the airport or at a cell phone shop like AU, NTT Docomo, and SoftBank. Sometimes with airport cell phone rentals, you need to make a reservation in advance, so make sure you check online before your trip to Japan. Typically, you would prepay for a certain amount of minutes, and when you've used them up, you would go back to the store to prepay for more minutes. Or you may just sign up for a 3 or 5 day package at a fixed price. Depending on the service, they might just charge you for the overtime minutes when you return the phone. There are tons of different services out there, and the information is available online in English, so be sure to check them out and compare prices. Either way, let's go over the phrases you'll need to say when renting a cell phone. Cell phone in Japanese is 携帯電話。携帯電話。携帯電話。The word 携帯 means portable, and 電話 means phone. So together they mean mobile phone or cell phone. But the word is often shortened to just 携帯。携帯。携帯。So let's first say, I'd like to rent a cell phone. In Japanese, that would be 携帯を借りたいです。携帯を借りたいです。携帯を借りたいです。The first word, 携帯, is short for cell phone. お is the object marking particle. 借りたい means want to rent. And です is a rough equivalent of the verb to be. So altogether, 携帯を借りたいです means I'd like to rent a cell phone. This sentence can be used for 2 purposes. Telling someone that you need a cell phone so they can direct you to the right place, and you can use it when you get to the store. Now let's go over some key phrases you'll need when renting a phone. When you first ask for a rental, they'll probably ask you what type of handset you'd like. The word for handset is 機種。機種。機種。Most likely they'll ask, どの機種が欲しいですか？どの機種が欲しいですか？どの機種が欲しいですか？ Which means, which model would you like? You can respond to this question by simply pointing to the ones they show you. Once you get the cell phone and you've used up your minutes, you want to go back to the store and say, please add minutes. In Japanese, that would be 通話時間を追加してください。通話時間を追加してください。通話時間を追加してください。通話 means to talk. 時間 means time. So together, 通話時間 means the minutes that you've talked or the minutes on your cell phone. お is an object marking particle and 追加 means to add. してください is a polite way of saying please do. So altogether, please add minutes would be 通話時間を追加してください. Now, at this point, they may tell you how many minutes you have left on your phone. In Japanese, the minutes you have left is referred to as 残りの通話時間。残りの通話時間。残りの通話時間。So if you have 10 minutes left on your phone, they'll say 残りの通話時間は10分です。残りの通話時間は10分です。残りの通話時間は10分です。10分 is the Japanese for 10 minutes. And lastly, if you want to get a phone charger, they're called 充電器。充電器。充電器。To ask for one, simply say 充電器をください。Which means, please give me a charger. And now it's time for Sachiko's secret. I don't mean to preach, but let's go over some basic manners when we use cell phones in public. I'm sure the rules are no different from where you are now, but it's kind of strict in Japan, so we'll go over the basics. First of all, on the trains, talking on the cell phone is considered rude and unacceptable. But it is okay to simply check messages or read and send emails. As long as you're not making noise, it should be fine. At offices, typically we keep it on vibrate mode so that the ringer doesn't annoy our colleagues. And when we do answer it, we step outside to the corridor or elevator hall to talk so we don't disturb our colleagues inside the office. At a restaurant or cafe, talking on cell phones is discouraged. But in all these cases, it's fairly okay to whisper into the phone. Can't talk now, call you later. But of course, in movie theaters and other kinds of theaters, cell phones must be turned off. No exceptions here. And by the way, in Japan, vibrate mode is often called manner mode or mana mode, pronounced in Japanese. If someone comes up to you saying mana mode, that means they want you to put your cell phone on vibrate mode. Okay, so to close out today's lesson, let's practice what you've just learned. I'll give you the English equivalent of the phrase, and you're responsible for shouting it out loud in Japanese. You got that? I'll give you a few seconds before I give you the answer, so good luck! 頑張ってください. I'd like to rent a cell phone. 携帯を借りたいです。携帯を借りたいです。携帯を借りたいです。Which model would you like? どの機種が欲しいですか？どの機種が欲しいですか？どの機種が欲しいですか？ Please add minutes. 通話時間を追加してください。通話時間を追加してください。通話時間を追加してください。You have 10 minutes left on your cell phone. 残りの通話時間は10分です。残りの通話時間は10分です。残りの通話時間は10分です。And lastly, please give me a charger. 充電器をください。充電器をください。充電器をください。
Lesson 43.
In today's lesson, we'll introduce a crucial phrase for all you travelers out there who are interested in learning more about the attractions you're going to be seeing. Learning about the history and cultural significance of places you visit can be just as rewarding as seeing them. So today, we're going to cover, do you have an English information guide? Because Japanese information guides can be a bit tricky for most people. Okay, do you have an English information guide? In Japanese is 英語のガイドはありますか？英語のガイドはありますか？ Yeah, it's a kind of long sentence, but we'll break it down one by one. The first word, 英語, means English. Now, in our other lessons, we've covered the way to say languages. 英語 is English because it's the language used in the UK, which we call 英国. So the first part of 英国 and the word 語 is stuck together to make 英語, which means English, the language used in the UK. Now, no is the possessive form. ガイド is like a guidebook. Altogether, so far, we have 英語のガイド, literally translated as English of guidebook or English guidebook. The latter half of the sentence starts with the topic marking particle は. The last word is ありますか?ありますか?ある means there is, like it shows an existence. あります is the polite way of saying ある, there is. And the か at the end of the sentence turns a sentence into an interrogative. So together, ありますか means is there one? Now the entire sentence altogether is 英語のガイドはありますか? Literally translated as English of guide. Is there? Is there an English language guide? 英語のガイドはありますか?英語のガイドはありますか? Now, to ask for a different language, we can simply replace the word English with another language. Let's try Spanish, because we've tried that before. The word for Spanish is スペイン語. Spain is the country name. 語 means language. So the language used in Spain. スペイン語. Now to ask, do you have a Spanish information guide? Would be スペイン語のガイドはありますか?スペイン語のガイドはありますか? Literally, Spanish of guide. Is there? Is there a Spanish language guidebook? Pretty simple, right? Now it's time for Sachiko's secret. Surprisingly, we don't have too many Spanish guidebooks or Spanish signs up in Japan, even though it's a language quite commonly used around the world. Particularly in Tokyo, I think we get a lot of Chinese and Korean tourists. So at the station, at the restaurant, or at sightseeing spots, they have Chinese, Korean, and English guides. To say the word Chinese in Japanese would be 中国語. 中国 is what we call the country, China. Add 語, which means the language. You have 中国語, the language used in China, or Chinese. The same applies to Korean. Hankoku is what we call South Korea. Hankoku. So to turn that into Korean, it's Hankokugo. Hankokugo. Korean. Pretty simple. So to say, do you have a Chinese information guide? Would be 中国語のガイドはありますか?中国語のガイドはありますか? Let's try that with Korean. Do you have a Korean information guide? 韓国語のガイドはありますか?韓国語のガイドはありますか? Now, if you're at a restaurant and you want an English language menu, simply replace the word ガイド with menu, which in Japanese is menu. Yeah, it's the same word. It's just pronounced the Japanese way. So let's try that. Do you have an English menu? 英語のメニューはありますか?英語のメニューはありますか? Let's try that with a Chinese menu. 中国語のメニューはありますか?中国語のメニューはありますか? Now, if you're in a situation where you least expect an English language menu or a guide, it doesn't hurt to ask. I was in a Vietnamese restaurant the other day, and I was just translating the entire menu from Japanese to English for a friend of mine. And the waitress goes, "Oh, do you want an English language menu? We have one of those." In the least expected places. It wasn't a major station or anything, and they had English menus. Okay, so to close out today's lesson, let's practice what you've just learned. I'll give you the English equivalent of the phrase, and you're responsible for shouting it out loud in Japanese. You got that? I'll give you a few seconds before I give you the answer, so good luck! 頑張ってください. Do you have an English information guide? This one was long. Did you get it? 英語のガイドはありますか?英語のガイドはありますか?英語のガイドはありますか? Let's try that with a Spanish version. Do you have a Spanish information guide? スペイン語のガイドはありますか? Do you have a Chinese information guide? 中国語のガイドはありますか? Do you have a Korean menu? 韓国語のメニューはありますか? 韓国語のメニューはありますか?
Lesson 44.
In today's lesson, we'll go over how to ask, how do you eat this? Now, this may sound like a peculiar question, but believe it or not, there may be times when you have no idea how to eat the foods you're served. Especially at high-end Japanese restaurants, you could get 6 different sauces for 7 different dishes. It's really complicated sometimes. So first, let's go over the basic question, how do you eat this? The simplest and shortest way to ask is, 食べ方は?食べ方は?食べ方は? The first word, 食べ方, means way to eat. This is followed by the topic marking particle, wa. So literally this just means way to eat is? Or how do you eat this? It's actually an incomplete sentence, but it will get the meaning across. Just remember to raise the intonation at the end of the sentence so that they'll know you're asking a question. There could be a variety of answers to this question, so let's go over a few of them. First, they might tell you to dip the food in a certain sauce or soup. So let's try dip it in soy sauce, which would be 醤油につける。醤油につける。醤油につける。The first word, 醤油, is soy sauce. に is a particle that roughly translates as into. つける means dip. So altogether, 醤油につける means dip into soy sauce. Dip it into the soup would be つゆにつける。つゆにつける。つゆにつける。Tsuyu is a Japanese-style broth used to dip soba or udon noodles into it. Another type of sentence you may hear is put something onto the food. Let's start with put mayonnaise on it, like you might do with tempura. Mustard-flavored mayonnaise on shrimp tempura is the best. You have to try it while you're in Japan. In Japanese, put mayonnaise on it would be マヨネーズをつける。マヨネーズをつける。マヨネーズ is simply the Japanese pronunciation of the word mayonnaise. This is followed by the object marking particle を and by the word つける, which came up in the previous sentence. When つける is preceded by the particle を, the sentence would be translated as put on it. をつける means put on it. につける is dip into. Yeah, it sounds a little bit confusing. But don't worry, you'll be able to tell what you're supposed to do just by watching gestures. If you see a little dish with soy sauce in it, you would obviously dip food into it. And if you saw a bottle of mayonnaise, you'd add mayonnaise on the food instead of dipping the food into the mayonnaise bottle, right? So don't worry about the little stuff. Now let's go over some other condiments that may come up. Ketchup is simply ketchup, and mustard is simply mustard. And the basic salt and pepper are 塩 for salt and 胡椒 for pepper. Now let's go over another sentence structure in case it comes up. Pour sauce on it, which is ソースをかける. The first word, ソース, is sauce. This is followed by the object marking particle を and the verb かける, which means to pour on. So altogether, ソースをかける means pour sauce on it. Pour sauce on it. ソースをかける。ソースをかける。ソースをかける。Hopefully, today's lesson will help you make the most of your exquisite dining experience in Japan. And remember, when all else fails, just imitate everyone else. Monkey see, monkey do. Always works. And now it's time for Sachiko's secret. In this lesson, we'll go over some Japanese-style table manners. Now, remember how your mother used to tell you never slurp your pasta or noodles? Well, in Japan, you have to. It's actually considered rude or weird to not slurp on ramen, soba, or udon, at home and in public. At first, you might be hesitant, but you have to do it. Do it really long and loud, like this. Every single noodle. And if you go to a high-end ramen shop, make sure you pick up the bowl, bring it to your mouth, and drink every drop of the soup. It's actually considered rude not to finish up all the soup because the cook spent so much time preparing the soup, and the soup is considered one of the best parts about the ramen to begin with. But be careful, ramen is really high in sodium, so you don't want to eat this every day. Also, in traditional Japanese-style restaurants, you'll see a lot of little dishes. Another table manner is that it's okay to pick up little dishes and bowls. If you go to traditional Japanese restaurants, you'll see tons of little dishes on the table. Go ahead and pick up the dishes as you eat them. And with rice bowls, noodle bowls, or miso soup bowls, go ahead and pick them up too. Bring them up to your lips and drink directly from them. I know this goes against a lot of table manners in other cultures, but in Japan, it's okay. So take advantage. Make this the noodle slurping adventure of your life. Okay, so to close out today's lesson, let's practice what you've just learned. I'll give you the English equivalent of the phrase, and you're responsible for shouting it out loud in Japanese. You got that? I'll give you a few seconds before I give you the answer, so good luck. 頑張ってください. The first sentence is, how do you eat this? 食べ方は? 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 Now let's try the various ways of eating. Dip it in soy sauce. Do you remember this one? 醤油につける。醤油につける。醤油につける。Dip it into soup would be つゆにつける。つゆにつける。つゆにつける。And the last sentence, pour sauce on it. ソースをかける。ソースをかける。And let's add some condiments that we went over today. Ketchup is ケチャップ. Mustard is マスタード. Salt, 塩. And finally, pepper. 胡椒.
Lesson 45.
Today's lesson is for all you vegetarians out there. We're going to cover the phrase, I'm a vegetarian, and some crucial words you'll need to enjoy dining in Japan. In Japanese, the word vegetarian is vegetarian, simply the Japanese pronunciation of the word vegetarian. Now, most young people will understand this, but some elderly folks may not be familiar with this term. So you may want to add the traditional Japanese word for vegetarian, which is 菜食主義者. 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 Let's break down this word a little bit. 菜食 literally means eat vegetables. 主義 means principle, and 者 means person in this case. 菜食主義者 is literally translated as a person who believes in eating vegetables. 菜食主義者. So let's try saying, I'm a vegetarian. In Japanese, that would be, 私はベジタリアンです。私はベジタリアンです。私はベジタリアンです。The first word, 私 means I. This is followed by the topic marking particle, wa. And the next word, vegetarian, means vegetarian. Desu is a polite way of saying to be. So altogether we have 私はベジタリアンです。Literally, this means I'm a vegetarian. Now, since there are different degrees of vegetarianism, you may need to specify exactly what you can or cannot eat. Some people may not understand the concept of vegetarianism at all. It's not very common in Japan. So we'll go over some words that may come in handy. First, let's try the basic I don't eat meat. In Japanese, that would be 肉は食べません。肉は食べません。肉は食べません。The first word, 肉, means meat. This covers all types of meat. This is followed by the topic marking particle は, and the next word, 食べません, is the polite way of saying don't eat. Now, Japanese sentences don't always have to have subjects, so when you say 肉は食べません or don't eat meat, people will assume that you're talking about yourself. So altogether, 肉は食べません means I don't eat meat when you say it. To say you don't eat other things, simply replace the word 肉. Let's try eggs, which are called 卵 in Japanese. 卵, 卵. If you don't eat eggs, simply say 卵は食べません。卵は食べません。卵は食べません。If you don't eat dairy products, you can say 乳製品は食べません。乳製品は食べません。乳製品は食べません。And if you don't eat fish, you can say 魚は食べません。魚は食べません。魚は食べません。Now, if you want to ask people if a certain food contains meat, you can say 肉は入っていますか？肉は入っていますか？肉は入っていますか？ The first word, 肉, is meat, as we covered before. This is followed by the topic marking particle は. The last phrase, 入っていますか? means does it contain? So altogether, 肉は入っていますか? means does it contain meat? Again, you can replace the word 肉 with other words. Does it contain fish? would be 魚は入っていますか? 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 Does it contain eggs? would be 卵は入っていますか? 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 Now in today's Sachiko Secret, I'll give you tips on where and what vegans can eat in Tokyo. First of all, let's start with Japanese food. A tough one. Many dishes contain bits of meat when you least expect it, so be sure to ask. Even an innocent-looking rice ball could contain fish bits. Tempura could include deep-fried shrimp, and sushi is obviously raw fish. But some dishes are vegetarian-friendly, like plain soba noodles and udon noodles that have nothing on top. You can also order tempura and other dishes and ask for them without meat or fish. And if all else fails, the easiest thing to do is go to an Indian restaurant and order vegetarian curry. Okay, so to close out today's lesson, let's practice what you've just learned. I'll give you the English equivalent of the phrase, and you're responsible for shouting it out loud in Japanese. You got that? I'll give you a few seconds before I give you the answer, so good luck. 頑張ってください. I'm a vegetarian. 私はベジタリアンです。私はベジタリアンです。私はベジタリアンです。I don't eat meat. 肉は食べません。肉は食べません。肉は食べません。I don't eat eggs. 卵は食べません。卵は食べません。卵は食べません。I don't eat dairy products. 乳製品は食べません。 乳製品は食べません。乳製品は食べません。I don't eat fish. 魚は食べません。魚は食べません。魚は食べません。Does this contain meat? 肉は入っていますか？肉は入っていますか？肉は入っていますか？
Lesson 46.
In today's lesson, we'll introduce a couple of phrases that hopefully you won't have to use when you're traveling in Japan. While the threat of physical violence is not prevalent in Japan, you should always be careful. In addition, today's phrase is not just limited to threatening situations. It can also be used in the unfortunate event that you or someone around you is in need of immediate assistance. So today's word is simply help, which in Japanese is 助けて、助けて、助けて. This literally just means help. There's no subject to the sentence. Like I've said before, in Japanese, you don't always have to say the subject. A lot of times it's implied. You can simply say help, and it's implied that you need the help. Also, you can just say hungry, and it'll be implied that you are hungry. So let's try this again. 助けて、助けて、助けて. Again, this can be used for situations where you're on a train and somebody collapses, maybe from the heat. You can ask for assistance. Or, God forbid, someone steals your wallet. Or if they take your bag, you can scream, 助けて. It's useful for any situation. Now, if you need to take it a step further and you need to call the police, you can say, 警察を呼んでください。警察を呼んでください. Now this is a bit tricky. Let's break it down one by one. The first word, 警察, 警察 means police. を is the object marking particle. 呼んでください means please call. The root form for 呼んで is 呼ぶ, which means to call. ください means please. So please call. 呼んでください。呼んでください。Altogether, it's 警察を呼んでください。警察を呼んでください。警察を呼んでください. Literally translated as police, please call. Or please call the police. Now time for Sachiko's secret. There are a couple of things you should know before coming to Japan. If you need to telephone the police, the number to dial is 110. 1, 1, and 0. In Japanese, we call it 110番. 100, 100. To is another way of saying 10. Bang means number. So number 110 is called 110番. Now, I'm bringing up this word because sometimes the word 110番 is used synonymously with calling the police. So if someone comes running to you and says, 110番お願いします. 110番お願いします. That means they want you to call the police. So in that case, please do. Another thing to remember about Japan is that we have these little police boxes all around town. They're called 交番, 交番, 交番. Recently, they have these little signs written in English. They have it spelled out as Koban, 交番. So if you ever run into trouble, you can always walk up to these kobans and just tell them what's wrong. Okay, so to close out today's lesson, let's practice what you've just learned. I'll give you the English equivalent of the phrase, and you're responsible for shouting it out loud in Japanese. You got that? I'll give you a few seconds before I give you the answer. So good luck. 頑張ってください. Help. 助けて. 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 Please call the police. This is a long one, but you can do it. 警察を呼んでください. 警察を呼んで ください。警察を呼んでください。Next, the number you dial for calling the police. 110 or 110番。110番。110番。And lastly, the word for police box. 交番。交番。交番。
Lesson 47.
In today's lesson, we'll introduce some more useful phrases in case you need medical assistance during your trip. Hopefully, you won't have to use them. I really pray for your safety. But just in case, let's go over the sentences. In Japanese, please call a doctor is 医者を呼んでください. Let's break it down by syllable. 医者を呼んでください. 医者を呼んでください. Now let's look at it word by word. The first word, 医者, means doctor. 医者, 医者. This is followed by the object marking particle を, and that's followed by 呼んで, which is the te form of the verb 呼ぶ, which means to call. 呼んで, 呼んで. The all-familiar ください means please. So altogether, 医者を呼んでください literally means doctor, call, please. Or please call a doctor. 医者を呼んでください. Now, if you're really sick and you really need to go to the emergency room, you'll have to call an ambulance. Let's cover that just in case you need it. Please call an ambulance in Japanese is 救急車を呼んでください. 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 Now, the first word, 救急車, means ambulance. Sounds kind of cute, doesn't it? 救急車. Sha means car. 救急 sort of means first aid. So altogether, 救急車 means ambulance. This is followed by the object marking particle を. And again, the rest is the same as the first sentence. 呼んで is the te form of the verb 呼ぶ, which means to call. ください is please. So 呼んでください together is please call. The entire sentence altogether is 救急車を呼んでください. Literally, this would be ambulance, call, please. Now, to call an ambulance or report a fire, the number to dial is 119. 119. And for reference, the number to call the police is 110. 110. And again, hopefully you won't have to use this. Let's cover one more thing while we're at it. If your symptoms aren't too bad, if you don't need a doctor or an ambulance, perhaps all you need is go to the pharmacy to buy medicine. So let's cover that in Japanese. Where is the pharmacy is 薬局はどこですか? 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 The first word, 薬局, means pharmacy. This is followed by the topic marking particle は. The next word, どこ, means where. どこ, どこ. Desu is the copula, and the ka is a particle that turns a sentence into an interrogative. So altogether, the latter half, どこですか, is a polite way of saying where is it or where is. And the sentence altogether, 薬局はどこですか, is where is the pharmacy. Now it's time for Sachiko's secret. Today's topic is a bit difficult to bring up. If you're eating right now, I suggest you stop the lesson and replay it some other time because it's about bodily functions. I'm really sorry. But I thought I should warn you before you come here and get shocked out of your mind. Japanese people love to talk about their bowel movements openly with other people. You'll hear everyone, family members, colleagues, classmates, teammates, constantly telling each other that they've been constipated for 3 days or that they have diarrhea. And they talk about these things in public. On the trains, in the park, at school, at the office. I honestly don't know why. It's really disturbing sometimes until you get used to it. I heard it was like that in other Asian communities too, and I don't know what the reasoning is behind that. My perception is in Japan, it's considered almost a polite thing to ask whether someone is feeling well or not. And when discussing details like bowel movements, it's almost like saying, I care about you so much, I'm willing to endure this gross topic. And people look genuinely concerned when they ask, are you still constipated? Do you still have the runs? It's very bizarre. I don't know what else to say. So when you walk into a pharmacy in Japan, don't be surprised if the pharmacist asks you in a really loud voice, do you have diarrhea? This actually happened to an American friend of mine. Yikes! To be able to explain all these bodily functions, be sure to check out our other lessons. Okay, so to close out today's lesson, let's practice what you've just learned. I'll give you the English equivalent of the phrase, and you're responsible for shouting it out loud in Japanese. You got that? I'll give you a few seconds before I give you the answer, so good luck. 頑張ってください. Please call a doctor. 医者を呼んでください。医者を呼んでください。医者を呼んでください。Please call an ambulance. 救急車を呼んでください。救急車を呼んでください。救急車を呼んでください。Where is the pharmacy? 薬局はどこですか？薬局はどこですか？薬局はどこですか？
Lesson 48.
In today's lesson, we'll learn how to explain common symptoms in case you get sick during your trip to Japan. With jet lag, differences in temperature and humidity, you'll probably be more susceptible to illness in a foreign country. So if you do get sick, let's make sure you know how to explain your symptoms. Let's start with the expression, my stomach hurts. In Japanese, that would be, お腹が痛いです。お腹が痛いです。Let's break that down by syllable. お腹が痛いです。お腹が痛いです。Now let's break it down word by word. The first word, お腹, means stomach, or just the general stomach area. お腹, お腹. This is followed by が, the subject marking particle. 痛い is the adjective meaning painful. 痛い, 痛い. And the last word, です is the copula, which is the rough equivalent to the verb to be. So all together we have お腹が痛いです. Literally, stomach, painful. If you have pain in other parts of your body, we just need to change the first word. For example, let's say you have a headache. We substitute head for stomach. In Japanese, head is atama. So the phrase for I have a headache would be 頭が痛いです。頭が痛いです。Atama, again, is head. Now, if you visit during the winter, you might catch a cold. Apartments here can get really, really cold because we don't have central heating. I'm sure hotels are fine though. But let's go over it anyways. I have a cold is 風邪をひいています。風邪をひいています。風邪をひいています。Now this sounds a little bit different from the previous sentence because we use a different verb. Now the first word, 風邪, means a cold. 風邪, 風邪. This is followed by the object marking particle, を. The next word, ひいています, together is the polite way of saying I currently have. Now this verb is used mainly to refer to a cold. ひく is the dictionary form of the word ひいて. ひいています. So altogether, 風邪をひいています is literally cold I have, or I have a cold. Now, when you have a cold, you might also get a fever, so let's cover that as well. In Japanese, I have a fever is 熱があります。熱があります。熱があります。The first word, 熱 means fever. 熱 This is followed by the object marking particle が. And the last word, あります is the polite way of saying I have. So altogether we have 熱があります. Literally, this means fever, I have. Or I have a fever. Now the last phrase is something you may feel a little bit uncomfortable talking about. But if it does happen to you, believe me, you'll be glad we covered it. The embarrassing quote of the day is, I have diarrhea. Yes, I know, but this is very important. If it happens, you'll need to tell this to a doctor. In Japanese, I have diarrhea in Japanese is 下痢をしています。下痢をしています。下痢をしています。Now, I know this is really gross, but it's really important, so we're going to cover this, okay? We're going to get through it together. The first word, 下痢, means diarrhea. 下痢, 下痢. This is followed by the object marking particle, を, and that's followed by しています, which is the polite way of saying I'm doing. しています。しています. So altogether we have 下痢をしています, which literally means diarrhea I am doing, or I have diarrhea. Now for your daily dose of Sachiko's secret. When you're in a lot of pain or you're just feeling miserable, you may not have the composure to remember all those elaborate sentences we covered today. So an easier thing to do is point to where it hurts and say, ouch, in Japanese. That would be 痛い, 痛い, 痛い. Now this is literally the translation of ouch. It's what we would blurt out if something painful happened all of a sudden. Now, it might sound a little bit immature, but it gets to the point. Okay, so to close out today's lesson, let's practice what you've just learned. I'll give you the English equivalent of the phrase, and you're responsible for shouting it out loud in Japanese. You got that? I'll give you a few seconds before I give you the answer, so good luck. 頑張ってください. My stomach hurts. お腹が痛いです。お腹が痛いです。お腹が痛いです。I have a headache. 頭が痛いです。頭が痛いです。頭が痛いです。I have a cold. 風邪をひいています。風邪をひいています。風邪をひいています。The next sentence is, I have a fever. 熱があります。熱があります。熱があります。And lastly, the disgusting quote of the day, I have diarrhea. 下痢をしています。下痢をしています。下痢をしています。
Lesson 49.
Now that we've learned how to explain common symptoms, we'll go over asking for medicine to treat each symptom. Now, it's always best to seek professional help. But if you feel like you know your body well enough and you know exactly what kind of medicine you need, all you have to do is ask at a pharmacy. And Japanese pharmacies are pretty good. In terms of variety and the qualifications of the pharmacist, they're pretty reliable, so I would feel comfortable trusting them. Now, the Japanese word for medicine is kusuri. 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 But depending on the word that comes before it, sometimes kusuri becomes gusuri or yaku, which is another way of saying medicine. Let's look at some examples. We'll start with the ones that we're covering today. Let's start with cold medicine. In Japanese, that would be 風邪薬. 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 The first word, 風邪, means cold. 風邪, cold, as in the illness and not chilly. This is followed by gusuri, which means medicine. When combined with the word 風邪, It's easier to say 風邪薬 than 風邪薬. So that's why we say 風邪薬. Please give me cold medicine is 風邪薬をください。風邪薬をください。風邪薬をください. The first word, 風邪薬, means cold medicine, which we just did. This is followed by the object marking particle を, and the last word, ください, is our favorite, which means please. In this particular case, it could be translated as please give me. ください. ください. So altogether we have 風邪薬をください. Literally, this means cold medicine, please give me, or please give me cold medicine. Basically, to ask for any kind of medicine, just replace the first word with the type of medicine you need and add をください. That's the object marking particle を followed by ください, which means please or please give me. をください. So let's try some more examples. What if you get a headache from the onslaught of neon signs in late-night Tokyo or from the crowded trains during rush hour? You can ask for 頭痛薬, which means anti-migraine pills. 頭痛薬, 頭痛薬. So to ask for them, you would say 頭痛薬をください. 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 Perhaps you get an upset stomach from eating all the great food here. You'll need something to calm your digestive system. In Japan, we have what we call pills to fix your digestive system. Really weird, but that's how it's translated, literally. And they're called 整腸剤, 整腸剤, 整腸剤. To ask for those pills, simply add をください. So what would that be? That's right. 整腸剤をください. 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 Or, if you get a sore throat from the hours and hours of karaoke, like I often do, you can ask for cough drops. Cough drops in Japanese is のど飴. 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 Actually, のど means throat, and 飴 means candy. So it's candy for the throat, to mean cough drops. To ask for them in a full sentence, you would say, のど飴をください. 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 Now for Sachiko's secret. Japanese drugstores are great. They offer a wide variety of drugs, health foods, hair care, and skincare products at a really discount rate. There are a lot of chain stores, and they're located all over the place. So be sure to check them out before shopping at high-end department stores or souvenir shops, because that can get a little costly. In fact, you can even get bottled drinks cheaper at a drugstore. I don't know what the deal is. Maybe they get leftovers from a store, but you can get bottled drinks or canned coffee, which is really unique to Japan, at a really discount price. Some of the major chains would be Matsumoto Kiyoshi or Kusuri no Seijo. But basically, you can tell a drugstore from the stuff that they're selling outside the shop. They'll probably have toilet paper or tissue paper or shampoo and big signs with red letters to show how cheap they are. That might also be a great place to shop for souvenirs. Japan loves to come up with all these health drinks and health foods. Kind of funky. And they're cheap and they're easy to carry back. So be sure to check them out. Okay, so to close out today's lesson, let's practice what you've just learned. I'll give you the English equivalent of the phrase, and you're responsible for shouting it out loud in Japanese. You got that? I'll give you a few seconds before I give you the answer, so good luck. 頑張ってください. Please give me cold medicine. 風邪薬をください. 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 Please give me anti-migraine pills. 頭痛薬をください. 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 And Please give me those pills that calm my stomach. 整腸剤をください。整腸剤をください。整腸剤をください。And the last one, after karaoke, you need this. Please give me cough drops. のど飴をください。のど飴をください。のど飴をください。
Lesson 50.
In today's lesson, we'll go over how to explain allergies in case you need to tell the restaurant or hotel staff. This phrase is really important to know if you have food allergies that can be fatal. In Japanese, allergy is アレルギー。アレルギー。アレルギー。To say you're allergic to eggs, for example, like my nephew, you would say, 卵アレルギーです。卵アレルギーです。卵アレルギーです。The first word, 卵, means egg. This is followed by アレルギー. And the last word, です, is a polite way of saying it is. So in order, it's what you're allergic to, followed by the word アレルギー and です. Pretty simple, right? Let's try some more examples. If you're allergic to dairy products, you would say, 乳製品アレルギーです。乳製品アレルギーです。乳製品アレルギーです。The first word, 乳製品, means dairy products. Let's try another example. A common food allergy in Japan is soba アレルギー, allergic to soba. Peanuts アレルギー, peanut allergy, both of which can be deadly. If you're allergic to any foods, be sure to look up the word in the dictionary before you come and be ready to tell whoever is going to serve you. Let's take this a step further. Let's say you're allergic to eggs and you want your food prepared without any eggs. How would you say that in Japanese? Please leave eggs out would be 卵抜きでください。卵抜きでください。卵抜きでください。Nuki means without. So 卵抜き together means without eggs. De is a particle that can be used to describe materials used. And ください is our favorite word that means please. So you can combine the two sentences we learned today to tell the waitstaff. 卵アレルギーです。卵抜きでください. And now for Sachiko's secret. In today's Sachiko secret, we'll talk more about food. When ordering at a restaurant in Japan, you get quite a lot of options. At some restaurants, you can actually choose the volume of rice or pasta. A huge serving is called 大盛り, 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 while a small serving is called 少なめ, 少なめ, 少なめ. So if you order a lunchbox-style meal with tempura or pork ginger, you can choose ライス大盛り, which means large serving of rice, or ライス少なめ, which means small serving of rice. But be careful, 大盛り is enough to feed a man and a half. And if you don't finish all the rice, it may be considered rude and wasteful. Some eateries actually charge customers 50 yen if the customers don't finish all their rice. I think they do this to reduce waste, but also to maintain a level of respect. Back when we were young, we were told that there were 7 gods in each grain of rice, so we had to finish every grain of rice that we were served. Okay, so to close out today's lesson, let's practice what you've just learned. I'll give you the English equivalent of the phrase, and you're responsible for shouting it out loud in Japanese. You got that? I'll give you a few seconds before I give you the answer, so good luck! 頑張ってください. I am allergic to eggs. 卵アレルギーです。卵アレルギーです。卵アレルギーです。Please serve it without eggs. 卵抜きでください。卵抜きでください。 卵抜きでください.
Lesson 51.
In today's lesson, we'll introduce some phrases you'll need in case you experience an earthquake or fire while on vacation in Japan. This may sound like a highly unlikely ordeal where you come from, but in Japan, especially in Tokyo, it's not unusual to experience 2 earthquakes in the same month. So let's learn what to say when this happens. First, we'll introduce how to say, "Is this an earthquake?" Because if you've never experienced one before, you may not be sure if what you're experiencing is an earthquake. At first, you'll feel like your head is swaying, like when you're kind of tipsy. Then you'll realize that things around you are swaying as well. The easiest way to figure this out is to look at lighting fixtures and strings hanging from the lights. If they're swaying, then most likely you are experiencing a small earthquake. The important thing to do then is to turn off all the gas so you don't start a fire when the quake gets bigger, and to open the doors so you can vacate the room if necessary. Sometimes the quake will bend housing structures so much that doors won't open after the quake, so you want to secure an exit while you can. Now, if it's a pretty big earthquake, you'll see books, dishes, and other heavy objects shaking or even falling off the shelves. In an earthquake this big, the first thing to do is to grab your emergency pack and hide under a table to avoid falling objects. You could get badly hurt if your computer or plasma display falls on top of you. If the earthquake is so bad that it might destroy the structure of your entire home, then you need to evacuate right away. It's time to get out of the house and walk to the nearest designated evacuation site, which is usually a local public school. Now, that was a lot of information to digest. So take your time and listen to this lesson again and again. And wherever it is you're staying, either at a hotel or a friend's house, make sure you know where the exits are and where the closest evacuation site is. Now let's go over some phrases. Earthquake in Japanese is 地震, 地震, 地震. If you look at the characters, you can see that the first letter stands for earth or ground, and the second character stands for shake. So literally, when the ground shakes, it's called a 地震. In Japanese, is this an earthquake? Is これは地震ですか? 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 The first word, これ, means this. That's followed by the topic marking particle は. 地震 is earthquake, as we covered earlier, and です is simply a polite way of saying it is. And the last sound, ka, is a particle that turns a sentence into an interrogative. So altogether we have, これは地震ですか? Which literally means, this earthquake, is it? Or, is this an earthquake? If the answer is yes, you'll hear either はい or そうです. はい simply means yes, and そうです means yes it is. If the answer is no, they'll say いいえ, which simply means no, or 違います, which means no, it isn't. If you feel an earthquake and you're sure that it's an earthquake, you should alert your companions and neighbors right away. To tell them it's an earthquake, simply say 地震です, 地震です, 地震です. 地震 is earthquake, and です is a polite way of saying is. Then you can all take action. Turn off the gas, open doors, and get your emergency backpacks if you have one. If the quake is pretty big and things are starting to fall off shelves, your companion might tell you to hide under a table for a while until the quake calms down. They would say, テーブルの下で隠れましょう. 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 The first word, テーブル, is the Japanese pronunciation of the English word table. No is a particle that describes possession. 下 means under, and de is a particle that describes location. In this case, テーブルの下で means under the table. 隠れましょう means let's hide. 隠れる is the dictionary form of the verb to hide. Altogether, テーブルの下で隠れましょう means let's hide under the table. Lastly, if your companions think you should evacuate from your home, they'll say, 避難しましょう. 避難 しましょう。避難しましょう。避難 means evacuate. しましょう simply means let's do it. します is the polite way of saying to do. しましょう means let's do it. Altogether, 避難しましょう means let's evacuate. If there's a possibility of floods or oncoming tsunami, local police and fire department officials may come out onto the streets and urge people to evacuate. They'll say, 避難してください。避難してください。避難してください, which means please evacuate. If you hear this, grab your wallet, passport, and whatever else is really important to you, and your emergency pack, and follow the instructions they give you. If you can't understand what they're saying, simply follow everyone else in the same direction. Most likely, you'll end up in the designated evacuation centers. I really hope you won't need to use this while you're in Japan. But if you do, remember to stay calm and follow instructions from the locals or local authorities. Now it's time for Sachiko's secret. Now, I mentioned emergency packs several times in this lesson. What are they? They're usually backpacks full of food, drinks, warm clothing, flashlights, radios, first aid kits, and other emergency goods. Many homes in Japan and even offices have emergency packs ready in case of fire or earthquakes. Call us paranoid, but I prefer to be prepared than not. We experience little earthquakes so often that it's actually worth putting these together. It gives us comfort knowing that when the big one hits, we'll be ready. There are even books out there on how to prepare the best emergency packs. It goes over all the basics, obviously, flashlights, radio, first aid kit. But there's one piece of information that I found interesting. One book told us to pack an inspiring book. Because if we ever get trapped under rubble for days on end, and many people actually have been during earthquakes, chances of survival are much higher when you can maintain a positive will to survive. And that's why they encourage you to put in your emergency backpacks anything that gives you inspiration and motivates you to hang in there. Now, where do we keep these backpacks? At home, we usually keep them near the entrance. At the office, they would be either in a meeting room or in each room of the office. At this one company I worked at, we had an emergency pack and construction helmets under each and every desk. That's how cautious they want to be. Now, have I actually had to leave the house with an emergency backpack? Unfortunately, yes. Just once, during the Great Hanshin quake that killed 6,000 people in January 1995. I was living in Osaka at the time with my parents, and we thought the apartment building we were living in was going to collapse. Everything in our house fell from the shelves and broke, including a computer. Within 2 minutes of the quake, we had our sneakers, winter jacket, and emergency backpacks on our back, ready to go. Luckily, none of us were hurt, and neither were my friends. It was really scary, but having the emergency packs ready gave us a peace of mind. Okay, so to close out today's lesson, let's practice what you've just learned. I'll give you the English equivalent of the phrase, and you're responsible for shouting it out loud in Japanese. You got that? I'll give you a few seconds before I give you the answer, so good luck. 頑張ってください. Is this an earthquake? これは地震ですか? 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 This is an earthquake. 地震です。地震です。地震です。Let's hide under a table. テーブルの下で隠れましょう。テーブルの下で隠れましょう。テーブルの下で隠れましょう。Let's evacuate. 避難しましょう。避難しましょう。避難しましょう。And lastly, please evacuate. 避難してください。避難してください。避難してください。
Lesson 52.
Hopefully, during your trip to Japan, you'll meet lots of interesting people and make many friends. So today, we're going to help you introduce yourself in Japanese. Don't worry, it's not that difficult. We'll keep it very, very simple. And even if you can only say your name, it still makes a great first impression. So let's get started. When you meet someone for the first time, the first thing you would say is nice to meet you, which in Japanese is はじめまして。はじめまして。はじめまして。Now, this is derived from the verb 始める, which means to begin. Literally translated, はじめまして means for the first time. To mean, this is the first time I'm meeting you. This is used to acknowledge a stranger when you first meet. And this expression always comes first, even before giving your name. はじめまして。はじめまして. After you got that out of the way, then you'd state your name. The simplest way to do this is simply saying your name followed by です, a polite way of saying to be. In my case, I would say 中込幸子です. Now, one thing I need to mention is that in Japanese, we put our last name first. That's why I would call myself 中込幸子 instead of Sachiko Nakagome. And Japanese people don't have middle names. So in my case, it's simply 中込幸子です. Nakagome is my last name, and Sachiko is my first name. But with non-Japanese names, you can choose which name to put first. Japanese people know that English speakers put their first names first. So they wouldn't be surprised if you said, John Smith です. John Smith です. Now, there are more formal ways of stating your name, like 中込と申します, which uses a very humble form. But simply saying 中込幸子です is polite enough. Now, after stating your name, there's a set phrase that we use to wrap up a self-introduction. よろしくお願いします. 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 Now, this one's really tough to translate. It's sort of like saying, I thank you in advance for your assistance, or please assist me. It's used so often in any situation you can think of. And it's also typically said after you introduce yourself. And that's like saying, hi, nice to meet you. My name is Sachiko. I know that I'll be asking you questions. I know that I'll be asking your assistance. So I'm going to thank you in advance. Now, this phrase, よろしくお願いします, can also be a standalone expression when the speaker asks for a favor. よろしくお願いします. よろしくお願いします. So let's try all this in sequence. When you meet someone for the first time, or you're being introduced to someone, the first thing you say is はじめまして, which means nice to meet you. Then you would state your name. 中込幸子です. Or if you want to put your first name first, John Smith です. Then you wrap it up with よろしくお願いします. Now you can say all three sentences consecutively. Get it out of the way. はじめまして. 中込幸子です. よろしくお願いします. That's how it would go. Now, when you say the last sentence, you typically bow. Now, there's a formula to doing this, so listen carefully. Bend at the waist, lower your body at a 45-degree angle. You heard me, 45 degrees. Nothing more, nothing less. And after you bend, hold it for 1 second. Seriously, like hold it for 1 second. And then raise your body to the upright position. That is the right way of greeting someone. When I started working for a Japanese company, they actually made us practice this. We spent 3 days in training on how to introduce yourself formally and how to bow formally. And at that seminar, they told us to hold it for 3 seconds after you bent at the waist. That's a little excessive, so I'm just going to say hold it for 1 second. But hey, if you can do this correctly, you'll make a huge impression. Now it's time for Sachiko's secret. If you want to add some more information to your self-introduction, you would say it between your name and the wrap-up. So, for example, if you want to say you're from New York, you can add ニューヨーク, which is the Japanese pronunciation for New York, ニューヨーク, followed by 出身です. 出身です。出身 means you're from wherever city or country that precedes it. です is just a simple way of saying to be. So altogether, ニューヨーク出身です would mean I'm from New York. Now the correct order for presenting all the information would be はじめまして、ジョン・スミスです。ニューヨーク出身です。よろしくお願いします。Now the phrases we covered today are a bit formal and polite, but it can be used for casual settings as well. For a very serious business setting, we would use a more formal or humble form. We won't go into detail on that super formal here, because this is survival phrases, literally. But for reference, if you're curious, here it is. はじめまして、中込幸子と申します。どうぞよろしくお願いいたします。Quite a mouthful, isn't it? Hey, but don't worry. The polite phrases we covered today will suffice for most situations during a vacation. Unless, that is, you're meeting the emperor or something. Okay, so to close out today's lesson, let's practice what you've just learned. I'll give you the English equivalent of the phrase, and you're responsible for shouting it out loud in Japanese. You got that? I'll give you a few seconds before I give you the answer, so good luck. 頑張ってください. Nice to meet you. はじめまして。はじめまして。はじめまして。I am Sachiko Nakagome. 中込幸子です。中込幸子です。中込幸子です。I'm from New York. ニューヨーク出身です。ニューヨーク出身です。ニューヨーク出身です。Are you still with me? Because here's the last one, that set phrase to wrap up a self-introduction. よろしくお願いします。よろしくお願いします。よろしくお願いします。
Lesson 53.
In today's lesson, we'll introduce some phrases you'll need to ask for the time. Time flies when you're on vacation in a mysterious land, so make sure you keep track. First, we'll go over the basic, what time is it now? In Japanese, that would be, 今何時ですか? 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 The first word, 今, means now. This is followed by 何時, which means what time. Desu is a rough translation of the verb to be, and ka is a particle that turns a sentence into an interrogative. Now, the answer to this question would be a number plus the word ji, which means hour, and another number plus the word hun, which means minutes. Now let's quickly go over the numbers 1 to 10. 1 is ichi, 2 is ni, 3 is san, 4 is shi, or yon. But when we talk about the time, it's yoji, for 4 o'clock. 5 is go, 6 is roku, 7 is shichi, or nana. But when we talk about the time, it's usually shichiji. 8 is hachi. 9 is kyu, but when we talk about the time, it's kuji. And 10 is ju. Now, let's combine these numbers to tell time. 6 o'clock would simply be rokuji. 10 o'clock would simply be juji. Now, to add the minutes, simply add it to the end. For the word minutes, you could either add hun or pun, depending on the number preceding it. The pronunciation changes depending on the number, so let's just go over the basics. 5 minutes is 5分, 5分. 10 minutes is 10分, 10分. 20 minutes is 20分. 30 minutes is 30分. So 6:20 is 6時20分. 6:30 is 6時30分. Now, there's a different way of saying half past, and that's 半, short for 半分, which means half. Under this term, 6:30 can also be called 6時半. 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 To review higher numbers, check out our lesson on numbers and currency. Now, to say 5 minutes before, you would say 5分前. The last word 前 means before. So 5 minutes before 6 would be 6時5分前. 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 10 minutes before 6 would be 6時10分前. I know it's a lot to remember, but if all else fails, just look at their watch. Numbers are universal. And don't forget to thank them for their help by saying ありがとうございます. In today's Sachiko secret, I'll tell you something that might save a potential friendship with a Japanese. As you may have read, Japanese people are very punctual. Very. If they're going to be 5 minutes late to a get-together, they'll make sure to call you to let you know about the 5-minute delay. And they'll explain in detail why they're late. Railway companies even issue little memos stating that their train lines were delayed. Why do they do that? Because working people need to hand in proof that it wasn't their fault they're late. So if you ever come across a delay in rush hour, you'll notice a lot of people grabbing for a piece of paper inside a box. These are the slips that railway companies issue. Now, being late is a real taboo, not only in business settings, but in personal settings as well. 5, 10, 15 minutes is the max. Being more than 30 minutes late is almost unacceptable. They won't trust you to be on time next time. So, when you make an appointment with a hairstylist or a masseuse, or decide to meet with a friend, get there on time. It's very, very important. Or at least call them and let them know why you're going to be delayed. Okay, so to close out today's lesson, let's practice what you've just learned. I'll give you the English equivalent of the phrase, and you're responsible for shouting it out loud in Japanese. You got that? I'll give you a few seconds before I give you the answer. So good luck. 頑張ってください. What time is it now? 今何時ですか? 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 6 o'clock. 6時. 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 6:20. 6時20分. 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 6:30. 6時30分. 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 Or the way of saying half past. 6時半. 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 5 minutes before 6. Or 5 minutes to 6. 6時5分前. 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 10 minutes before 6. 6時10分前. 6時10分前. 6時10分前.
Lesson 54.
In today's lesson, we'll go over some phrases you'll need to ask what time a place opens or closes. This could be useful for stores, restaurants, sightseeing spots, or even public parks. So let's start with, what time does this place open? In Japanese, that would be, ここは何時に開きますか? 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 The first word, ここ, means here, as in the business establishment that you're talking about. This is followed by the topic marking particle wa. Then comes nanji, which means what time. Ni is a particle that can be translated as in at what time. And the last word, akimasu, is the polite way of saying open. And ka is the particle that turns a sentence into an interrogative. So together, akimasu ka means will it open? ここは何時に開きますか? Literally, this means here, what time, open. Or what time does this place open? The answer would probably go something like this. 10時に開きます. 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 Which means it will open at 10 o'clock. As we covered in other lessons, 10 is 10. Ji stands for hour, and together 10時 is 10 o'clock. Ni is that particle again. And 開きます again is the polite way of saying will open. If it opens at 11 a.m., they would say, that's right, 11時に開きます。11時に開きます。Now let's go over the opposite. What time does it close? In Japanese, that would be, ここは何時に閉まりますか？ここは何時に閉まりますか？ここは何時に閉まりますか？ The first half of the sentence is the same as the sentence we covered before. ここは何時に which means what time does this place? And the latter half is different. 閉まります is the polite way of saying will close. And the ka is the question particle. So 閉まりますか is the polite way of saying will it close? Altogether, ここは何時に閉まりますか means here, what time will it close? Or what time does this place close? The answer to this question will most likely be something like 12時に閉まります。12時に閉まります。12時に閉まります。Which means it will close at 12 o'clock. At restaurants, they may also tell you that the kitchen closes at a certain time. In that case, they would say, 12時にキッチンが閉まります。12時にキッチンが閉まります。12時にキッチンが閉まります。Which means the kitchen will close at 12 o'clock. The word kitchen is simply the Japanese pronunciation of the English word kitchen. Ga is a subject marking particle. These two words are the only new words in this sentence. The rest is the same as the earlier one. 12時に閉まります literally means it will close at 12 o'clock. And now for Sachiko's secret. Time is something you constantly have to be cautious about when you're in Japan. At nights, restaurants close their kitchens at around 10 p.m. or 10:30. So it's really hard to find a place to sit down for dinner or coffee past 10 p.m. It's really frustrating sometimes. If the kitchen is already closed at the time you try to get in, restaurants will most likely not let you in at all. If it's a cafe and you're only ordering drinks, they may let you in, but you'll only have about 30 minutes until the place closes. So you might want to think about whether it's worth investing that $5 for a cup of coffee when you only have 30 minutes to chat. It might be cheaper just to buy canned coffee from a vending machine and talk in a street corner. That would only cost like $1. Another option is to get into a restaurant before 9 p.m., order dinner, and stay there until closing time by ordering little things like coffee and desserts along the way so you don't feel pressured to leave. The reason why stores close so early is that trains don't run around the clock. So most customers have to leave at around 11:30 or midnight to catch their last trains. So it'd be pretty unprofitable for restaurants to stay open past 11:30 or midnight. Of course, there are establishments open 24 hours, like clubs, bars, some restaurants, karaoke rooms. Some movie theaters are actually 24 hours as well. And of course, our favorite place, the Internet Cafe. They're usually open 24 hours. So if you miss your last train, you can spend the night at these facilities until your first train leaves at around 5:30 or 6. If you're too tired to pull an all-nighter, you can take a cab back to your hotel. But this could be expensive. And if you're thinking of going out on the town early Sunday, think again. Many stores and restaurants in commercial areas don't open until 11 a.m. on Sundays. So keep that in mind when you're making your itinerary. Okay, so to close out today's lesson, let's practice what you've just learned. I'll give you the English equivalent of the phrase, and you're responsible for shouting it out loud in Japanese. You got that? I'll give you a few seconds before I give you the answer. So good luck! 頑張ってください. What time does this place open? ここは何時に開きますか? 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 It will open at 10 o'clock. 10時に開きます。10時に開きます。 10時に開きます。What time does it close? ここは何時に閉まりますか？ここは何時に閉まりますか？ここは何時に閉まりますか？ It will close at 12 o'clock. 12時に閉まります。12時に閉まります。12時に閉まります。
Lesson 55.
In today's lesson, we'll look at talking about your likes and dislikes. Because Japanese people love to ask foreigners what they like or what they don't like about Japan, particularly foods, so you want to be able to answer them. So let's cover the basics first. To say, I like this is, これは好きです。これは好きです。これは好きです。Now let's break that down by syllable. これは好きです。これは好きです。The first word, これ means this. That's followed by the subject marking particle, は. The next word, 好き means like. So far we have this, like. And the last word, です is just a copula. That's the rough equivalent of the verb to be. So altogether we have これは好きです。So literally this means this, I like. Or I like this. Now we can substitute the word これ with any food that you like. For example, if you like ramen noodles, a very popular dish in Japan, you can say ラーメンは好きです。ラーメンは好きです。ラーメンは好きです。Now let's take a look at the opposite. If you don't like something, you would say これは嫌いです。これは嫌いです。これは嫌いです。Now, as you may have noticed, the only thing that's different about this sentence is the word 好き has been replaced by the word 嫌い. 嫌い means dislike. So just to cover everything again, これ means this. That's followed by the topic marking particle は. This is followed by 嫌い, 嫌い, which means to dislike. And at the end you have the copula, です。これは嫌いです. Literally translated as, this I don't like, or I don't like this. And again, you can replace the これ with anything that you don't like. For example, a very commonly disliked dish is natto, fermented beans. Now, it's kind of smelly, it's kind of sticky, and it takes a lot of getting used to. I guess you could say it's the Vegemite of Japan. So, if you don't like natto, you can say, 納豆は嫌いです。納豆は嫌いです。And now for Sachiko's secret. In Japanese, we have a very useful phrase, which means likes and dislikes. 好き嫌い、好き嫌い. If you notice, it's just the word like and dislike stuck together. But together it means food preference. So for example, someone who wants to treat you to dinner might ask you, do you have likes or dislikes? Things you can eat, things you prefer to eat. They would ask you like this. 好き嫌いはありますか? 好き嫌いはありますか? 好き嫌い, again, is likes and dislikes. は is the topic marking particle. ありますか is the polite way of saying, do you have? So literally it means, do you have any preferences or things you can't eat? This will come up a lot, so you just want to answer with, for example, if you like ramen, you would say, ラーメンは好きです. If you don't like natto, you would say, 納豆は嫌いです. Okay, so to close out today's lesson, let's practice what you've just learned. I'll give you the English equivalent of the phrase, and you're responsible for shouting it out loud in Japanese. You got that? I'll give you a few seconds before I give you the answer, so good luck. 頑張ってください. I like this. これは好きです. これは 好きです。これは好きです。If you don't like something, you would say, これは嫌いです。これは嫌いです。これは嫌いです。Do you have likes or dislikes? 好き嫌いはありますか？好き嫌いはありますか？
Lesson 56.
In today's lesson, we'll introduce some adjectives to express those feelings that will overcome you when you see breathtaking landscapes and beautiful ancient structures. Let's start with commenting on landscapes and structures. The great thing about Japanese is that you don't always have to have a subject or a verb in a sentence. You can just utter an adjective and it'll make sense as a sentence. So if you see something beautiful, you can simply say beautiful, and people will assume you're saying, I think it's beautiful. Pretty convenient, eh? So let's pack up those adjectives in your suitcase. The most common adjective you might use is beautiful, which is 美しい、美しい、美しい. The centuries-old shrines and temples are 美しい. Kimonos or traditional Japanese attire with their colorful designs and intricate sashes might be considered 美しい or 繊細, 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 which means delicate or intricate. But when commenting on modern female clothing, you know, the Harajuku style hip-hop, you might just want to say cute, which is かわいい, かわいい, かわいい. Modern skyscrapers, on the other hand, might be すごい, meaning wow or amazing. すごい, すごい. And electronic gadgets might be 便利, which means convenient. 便利, 便利. The bullet train will feel really 速い or fast. 速い, 速い. While the local trains in rural Japan might feel a bit 遅い or slow. 遅い, 遅い. Now these adjectives can be said alone, but if you want to sound natural and say, it's beautiful, isn't it? You can add ですね to the adjective. So, it's beautiful, isn't it? Would become 美しいですね. 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 This definitely sounds a little bit more conversational, and it conveys the feeling that you want to share this with whoever you're talking to. And this sentence structure works with almost any adjective, so give it a shot. Now let's go over some phrases you'll need when you're out shopping and you want something bigger or smaller or the same thing in another color. Smaller is もっと小さい, もっと小さい, もっと小さい. The first word もっと means more. So you can simply add this in front of the adjective small, which in Japanese is 小さい. So together, もっと小さい means smaller. Similarly, bigger would be もっと大きい. 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 In our lost and found lesson, we'll cover some basic colors. But let's bring some up here. Black is 黒. 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 White is 白. 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 And brown is 茶色. 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 And to add to that, yellow is 黄色. 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 Red is 赤. 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 Blue is 青. 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 And green is 緑. 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 Does that sound familiar to you? That's because Midori is a girl's name as well. Remember the Japanese figure skater, Midori Ito? She was the first woman in the world to land a triple axel in competition. And the last one, purple, is murasaki. 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 And now it's time for Sachiko's secret. In Japanese, we have unique words to describe colors. Sometimes we combine the names of two different colors to describe a different color. For example, kimidori is a combination of the word for yellow and green and can be translated as yellowish green. Another example is akamurasaki, which is a combination of red and purple and could be translated as reddish purple, and it looks like burgundy. There are also colors that are hard to describe in English, like 朱色, 朱色. It's the bright red color that you use when stamping an official seal. And then there is 肌色, which is directly translated as skin color. In Japan, we use 肌色 to describe pinkish beige because it's considered the color of most Japanese people's skin. These words probably came out of necessity in this unique culture. Okay, so to close out today's lesson, let's practice what you've just learned. I'll give you the English equivalent of the phrase, and you're responsible for shouting it out loud in Japanese. You got that? I'll give you a few seconds before I give you the answer, so good luck! 頑張ってください. It's beautiful, isn't it? 美しいですね. 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 Delicate. 繊細. 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 Cute. かわいい. 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 Amazing. すごい. Convenient. 便利. Fast. 早い. Slow. 遅い. Smaller. もっと小さい. 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 And bigger is もっと大きい. 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 And some colors. Black. 黒. White. 白. Brown. 茶色. Yellow. 黄色. Red. 赤. Blue. 青. Green. 緑. And the last one, purple. 紫.
Lesson 57.
In today's lesson, we'll introduce some phrases you'll need to get to a lost and found counter. You might think, when have I ever lost anything in my life? Well, in Japan, your chances of losing things might be higher than when you're at home. Because instead of throwing all your belongings into the trunk of a car, you'll have to carry everything around on the trains, buses, and subways. And because you're unfamiliar with these places, you might have to suddenly dart off a train or jump out of a bus, leaving an umbrella or bag behind. So for this lesson, let's suppose you lost a bag on the train. The bag contains an expensive digital camera, your wallet, and your passport. We've got to get it back. First, what you need to do is tell an employee of the railway company what happened. In Japanese, the easiest way to say I lost a bag is カバンをなくしました。カバンをなくしました。カバンをなくしました。The first word, カバン, means bag. お is the object marking particle, and なくしました is the polite way of saying I lost something in the past tense. So together, カバンをなくしました means I lost a bag. To say you lost something else, simply replace the word カバン with another word. For example, wallet would be 財布, 財布, 財布. Passport is パスポート, パスポート, パスポート. Therefore, I lost my passport would be パスポートをなくしました。パスポートをなくしました。パスポートをなくしました。Umbrella is 傘。So to say you lost your umbrella would be 傘をなくしました。At this point, a railway staff will guide you to the lost and found counter within the station. These counters are called 忘れ物取扱所。忘れ物取扱所。忘れ物取扱所。Yeah, it's a really long word. But don't worry, we'll break it down. The first word, 忘れ物, means something you lost. And the rest, 取扱所, means the place that takes care of them. So together, 忘れ物取扱所 literally means the place that takes care of lost items. To ask, where is the lost and found counter? You can say, 忘れ物取扱所はどこですか？忘れ物取扱所はどこですか？忘れ物取扱所はどこですか？ The word 忘れ物取扱所 is followed by the topic marking particle は. どこ means where, and です is roughly translated as to be. か is a particle that turns a sentence into an interrogative. So altogether, 忘れ物取扱所はどこですか means where is the lost and found counter. To understand the answer, you'll have to check out the lesson on directions because it's way too much information to cover here. And be sure to check out our next lesson to describe the item that you lost. And now for Sachiko's secret. What do you think is the most common thing left behind on Japanese trains? You hear the conductor constantly reminding people not to forget them. Any guesses? That's right, umbrellas. According to a report by the West Japan Railways, umbrellas top the list, followed by clothing items, which include glasses and hats. With umbrellas, I think people tend to just hang them from a handrail or put them on the floor and then forget to take it with them when they get off the train. So make sure that doesn't happen to you. And those overhead racks above the seats on the train are another pitfall. It's super convenient when you're tired and you just don't want to hang onto your bag anymore, but it's a really easy way to forget things. So here's a little tip on how not to forget things. If I put all my belongings on the rack, it's unlikely I'll forget anything because I'm not going to leave the train empty-handed. But if I put just one shopping bag on the rack and keep my bag on my shoulders, that's when I forget. So if you're going to use the overhead racks, put all of your belongings up there so that you feel really empty-handed. Okay, so to close out today's lesson, let's practice what you've just learned. I'll give you the English equivalent of the phrase, and you're responsible for shouting it out loud in Japanese. You got that? I'll give you a few seconds before I give you the answer, so good luck. 頑張ってください. I lost a bag. カバンをなくしました。カバンをなくしました。カバンをなくしました。I lost a passport. パスポートをなくしました。パスポートをなくしました。パスポートをなくしました。Where is the lost and found counter? 忘れ物取扱所はどこですか？忘れ物取扱所はどこですか？忘れ物取扱所はどこですか？
Lesson 58.
In today's lesson, we'll go over the phrases you'll need to claim your lost item at the lost and found counter. Hopefully you won't need to visit the lost and found counter, but when you do, today's lesson will come in handy. In the previous lesson, we went over how to say, I lost a bag. That was, カバンをなくしました. Then we went over lost and found counter, which is 忘れ物取扱所. For this lesson, we're going to pretend you got to the lost and found counter and there are people pointing at various bags asking if they're yours. So let's get started. Once you get to the lost and found counter, repeat the first sentence from our last lesson. カバンをなくしました, which means I lost a bag. Then they'll probably want to know the color and size of the bag and where you lost it. First, they'll probably want to know the color of the bag. They'll say, 何色? 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 Literally, this means, what color? So you can simply say the color of your bag. Now, we went over some colors in our lesson on adjectives, but in case you haven't checked it, let's review some of them here. Black is kuro. Brown is chairo. White is shiro. So if they ask you, 何色? Simply say these colors or point at an object that is the same color as your bag. In case they ask you for the size, which in Japanese is saizu or 大きさ, you can simply say 小さい for small, 小さい, 小さい, or 大きい for large, 大きい、大きい. Now let's try combining these adjectives. If you lost a big brown bag, you can say 大きい茶色のカバン. That word の is kind of like the word of. So in order, it's the size, color, the word の, and the item you lost. If you lost a small black bag, you can say 小さい黒のカバン。小さい黒のカバン。小さい黒のカバン. Once you've described your lost item, hopefully they'll bring out some bags that fit your description. They'll probably ask you, is this yours? In Japanese, that would be これはあなたのですか?これはあなたのですか?これはあなたのですか? The first word, これ means this. This is followed by the topic marking particle は and then by the word あなたの, which means yours. The last part, です is the rough equivalent of the word to be, and か is the particle that turns a sentence into an interrogative. So altogether, これはあなたのですか? literally means, is this yours? To answer this question, you can simply say yes, which is はい, or no, いいえ. If the answer is no, then you'll have to offer more details about your bag. For example, is it bigger or smaller than the one they brought out? To say bigger, simply say もっと大きい. もっと means more, and 大きい means big. So together, もっと大きい means bigger. Smaller would be もっと小さい. 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 Now, if they don't have anything on hand that fits your description, they may take down your information. They'll ask for your name, which is 名前, 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 and phone number. 電話番号, 電話番号, 電話番号. They may also ask you when and where you lost it. どこ means where, and いつ means when. If they ask you when you lost it, you can simply write down the time on a piece of paper. If they ask you where you lost it, you might want to say where you got on the train and where you got off. Perhaps you rode from Tokyo to Shinjuku Station. Just say, 東京駅から新宿駅. 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 駅 means station and kara means from. And now for Sachiko's secret. Fortunately for all of us, lost and found counters in Japan are pretty reliable. People are pretty good about reporting lost items, and the lost and found counter is pretty organized. So if you go there, they'll be pretty efficient about finding your item. But many people don't bother to claim their items at the counters, so many items go unclaimed. So, at the end of the year, or whatever the cycle is, some train stations will sell unclaimed items at a discount. Take advantage of it. Who knows, you might find a watch or an umbrella of your liking. It's like digging in a mountain of treasure. To find out when and where they have these sales, ask an information counter within the stations. Okay, so to close out today's lesson, let's practice what you've just learned. I'll give you the English equivalent of the phrase, and you're responsible for shouting it out loud in Japanese. You got that? I'll give you a few seconds before I give you the answer, so good luck. 頑張ってください. What color? 何色? 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 A small black bag. 小さい黒のカバン. 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 Is this yours? これはあなたのですか? 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 Smaller. もっと小さい。もっと小さい。もっと小さい。Name. 名前。名前。名前。Phone number. 電話番号。電話番号。 電話番号。And lastly, from Tokyo to Shinjuku stations. 東京駅から新宿駅。東京駅から新宿駅。東京駅から新宿駅。
Lesson 59.
Today we'll go over some phrases to talk about our physical conditions. During your trip to Japan, you may need to tell your companion that you're sick, tired, or hungry. So let's go over all of these. After spending the entire day going up and down the stairs of Tokyo's elaborate subway system with a huge bag full of stuff, you might start to feel a little tired. You may need to tell your companion, so let's go over that in Japanese. I'm tired is 疲れています。疲れています。疲れています。The first word, 疲れて, is the te form of the verb 疲れる, which means to get tired. います is a polite way of saying I am currently. So together, 疲れています literally means tired I am now. Now remember, Japanese sentences don't always need subjects, so you don't need to add the word I. People will assume you're talking about yourself. And to add, let's take a break, you can say, 休憩しましょう。休憩しましょう。休憩しましょう。The first word, 休憩 means break. しましょう means let's do it. So together, 休憩しましょう literally means let's take a break. If you're cold, you can say 寒いです。寒いです。寒いです。寒い means cold, and です is simply a rough translation of the verb to be. So literally, it means cold I am. If you're hot, you would say 暑いです。暑いです。暑いです。If you're hungry, you can say お腹が空いています。お腹が空いています。お腹が空いています。Now this is a bit trickier. The first word, お腹, means stomach. This is followed by the subject marking particle が。空いています is a polite way of saying it's empty. So altogether, お腹が空いています literally means stomach is empty. And if you're thirsty, you can say 喉が渇いています。喉が渇いています。喉が渇いています。The first word, 喉 means throat. This is followed by the subject marking particle が。渇いています is a polite way of saying it's dry. So altogether, 喉が渇いています literally means throat is dry. In today's Sachiko Secret, we'll go over some cheap ways of resting during your expensive trip to Japan. Yes, I'm the pro of stinginess. If you're tired from a day of walking, you could walk into a cafe and pay 500 yen, the rough equivalent of about $5, for a cup of coffee and sit in a freezing cold air-conditioned room for an hour. I prefer not to. I get a canned drink from a vending machine for about 120 yen, or about $1, and sit by a bench on the streets. Now, depending on where you are, it could be hard to find a bench. One option is to go to the train station and sit by the benches on the platform. Platforms always have benches. And you'll get to take a break before you get on that packed train for your 30-minute ride back. Okay, so to close out today's lesson, let's practice what you've just learned. I'll give you the English equivalent of the phrase, and you're responsible for shouting it out loud in Japanese. You got that? I'll give you a few seconds before I give you the answer, so good luck. 頑張ってください. I am tired. 疲れています。疲れています。疲れています。Let's take a break. 休憩しましょう。休憩しましょう。休憩しましょう。I'm cold. 寒いです。寒いです。寒いです。 I'm hot. 暑いです。暑いです。暑いです。I'm hungry. お腹が空いています。お腹が空いています。お腹が空いています。And lastly, I'm thirsty. 喉が渇いています。喉が渇いています。喉が渇いています。
Lesson 60.
In today's lesson, we'll go over the phrase congratulations in case you bump into someone who's celebrating a birthday. You never know who you'll bump into in this busy town. Now, the most casual way of saying congratulations is おめでとう。おめでとう。おめでとう。This is a casual form used amongst family and friends. To be more polite, you would add ございます。ございます。ございます, which really doesn't mean anything except make a sentence polite. So together, the polite way of saying congratulations is おめでとうございます. This is more appropriate to use with strangers, colleagues, or with people significantly older than you. For example, in a restaurant, you may hear a group of diners singing happy birthday to someone in their group. When you walk by, you could smile and say おめでとうございます to the birthday girl or boy. Now, Japanese people are not known for talking to strangers, but for special occasions such as birthdays, it would be acceptable and even appreciated if a stranger congratulated them. If you're feeling ambitious, you can try saying happy birthday in Japanese. In Japanese, happy birthday is 誕生日おめでとうございます。誕生日おめでとうございます。誕生日おめでとうございます。As you may have noticed, the last two words are simply congratulations. The first word, 誕生日, means birthday. So, 誕生日おめでとうございます is literally translated as birthday, congratulations. But that means happy birthday. Now, if it happens to be your birthday and you want the world to know it, you can say 今日は私の誕生日です. Which means today is my birthday. 今日は私の誕生日です。今日は私の誕生日です。今日 means today. は is a topic marking particle, and 私の means my. 誕生日 is birthday, and です is a copula that is a rough translation of the verb to be. So altogether, 今日は私の誕生日です means today is my birthday. If it's your friend's birthday, simply say 友人の誕生日です and point to your friend. Or say the friend's name, followed by the possessive particle の. For example, Jim's birthday would be ジムの誕生日。ジムの誕生日。ジムの誕生日。Now, if someone congratulates you, as they probably will if you tell them it's your birthday, the appropriate response would be to thank them and bow. In Japanese, the most polite way of thanking someone is どうもありがとうございます。どうもありがとうございます。どうもありがとうございます。And if it happens to be New Year's, you can say 明けましておめでとうございます。明けましておめでとうございます。明けましておめでとうございます。明けまして can be translated as it opened or it started, referring to the new year. So it's sort of like saying, hey, congratulations for the start of a new year. So Happy New Year's in Japanese is 明けましておめでとうございます。And now it's time for Sachiko's secret. If you or a companion is celebrating a birthday during your trip to Japan, I highly recommend having dinner at a fun restaurant and mentioning this to the waitstaff. If you tell them the day before, they can prepare a cake specifically for the occasion with your companion's name on it. And when the time comes, the waitstaff will gather together to sing a Japanese version of the song, Happy Birthday. It's actually just all the same lyrics, pronounced the Japanese way. And sometimes, even if you insist on paying for the cake, some restaurants will refuse to charge you, insisting that it's サービス, 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 which is the Japanese pronunciation of the English word service, and it's used here to mean free. That's what happened at my last birthday. Okay, so to close out today's lesson, let's practice what you've just learned. I'll give you the English equivalent of the phrase, and you're responsible for shouting it out loud in Japanese. You got that? I'll give you a few seconds before I give you the answer, so good luck! 頑張ってください. The casual way of saying congratulations. おめでとう、おめでとう、おめでとう. The formal way of saying congratulations. おめでとうございます。おめでとうございます。おめでとうございます。Happy birthday! 誕生日おめでとうございます。誕生日おめでとうございます。誕生日おめでとうございます。Today is my birthday. 今日は私の誕生日です。今日は私の誕生日です。今日は私の誕生日です。It's Jim's birthday. ジムの誕生日です。ジムの誕生日です。ジムの誕生日です。And Happy New Year is 明けましておめでとうございます。明けましておめでとうございます。明けましておめでとうございます。